Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short, sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
Hockey is huge in Minnesota. We live and breathe it year-round. We grew up learning how to skate, and our best memories were made playing outside in the open air. And to share that with your friends who love the game as much as you do is pretty special.
The camaraderie of a hockey team is unlike any other sport. It really doesn't get any better than rallying some buddies together, heading down to the local rink, and skating for hours. So you create a special bond with your teammates. You all hang out together, you see them every day, and in the end, you know every guy in that locker room is going to be there for you when you need it.
Oh, here we go. Oh, what a beauty.
Beauty is a loyal and respected teammate. Someone that's going to have your back on and off the ice. They work hard and know how to have a good time. Through our bold and timeless products inspired by our past, we strive to celebrate hockey and the lifestyle that comes with it.
We want to unite hockey players, from vets to rookies and from old to young, around the game that we love.
Hockey is more than just a sport for us. It's a lifestyle.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
Through the starting lineups of the third and final day, the 5th game out of 6 featuring a Section 7 AA matchup with the Elk River Elks and the Grand Rapids Thunderhawks, along with Bart Archer and Pete Wagner. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. We will have a full breakdown for you before we face off that puck. But now, your national anthem. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're about ready to get the puck dropped here. Oh, music to my ears, Bart Archer.
Yeah, indeed. Those three words really set kind of a bit of a tone. Say an exciting night, Saturday night, Minnesota Holiday Tournament. We got two out of the city teams, so to speak. Elk River, obviously a formidable opponent. Didn't have a great showing last night, but I think that was more Edina playing really an outstanding defensive game. Grand Rapids running the table so far. Elk River's going to have something to say about it, but both these teams have been impressive at moments. Grand Rapids has been pretty consistently impressive during this tournament.
You know, the Thunderhawks are a team that are definitely scrappy, too. They've got a lot of talent, great goaltending, an incredible top line that comes into this whole weekend with 60 points, essentially, and counting now that we've been through the first couple of games. They got a defenseman, Drake Anderson, who stepped up into the play and made some big plays. But you have guys on the other side of the coin like Benny Myers in goal and Nick Perbix. Don't forget about him, his sophomore brother, Jack Perbix, quite the player, Jax Murray. Plenty of names. These two teams have a little bit of a rivalry, if little bit would be the appropriate term. They don't like each other very much. And they're Section 7 AA rivals. So Trent Clack, I asked him if it means a lot, tried to downplay it in our interview that you heard on 1500 ESPN today, and he said, no, it does matter. Last change, all that stuff, it does matter in the seedings.
I think absolutely. There is history, not only sections, but in this tournament as well. But I think Elk River wants a good, quick start just to kind of get their legs about them, to kind of purge the demons from yesterday. Grand Rapids just has to keep playing Thunderhawk hockey, but this is going to be a good one. Here we go.
It'll be Hain taking the draw for the Elks against Murray, or for the Thunderhawks, rather, against Murray from the Elks, and they'll battle through the neutral zone, and here they come, Elk River across the line. 3-on-3 blocker pad saved by Staeskel, who was terrific in their opener against Eden Prairie. Very busy, 50-plus shots for his opening night effort. Tall drink of water, who's athletic. Gabe Holm, of course, was between the pipes last night. 2-on-2 battle out of the corner. Jack Perbix is there, protects and plays to the corner, finds Bazal, and it'll be gathered up and played out of the zone by Miller. He angles a pass looking for McLaughlin on the move, and they're caught offside. Our Thunderhawks will face off of the neutral zone.
Well, we're early in this first period, obviously, on a Saturday night, but there are some wet spots down in the corner, down in the Grand Rapids zone. Whether it comes into play, I don't know, but with the weather outside and the temperature inside, hard to imagine there's some wet spots, but hopefully that'll go ahead and cure, and we'll move on, but point of concern.
How about this program book we have here?
Pretty phenomenal.
The Let's Play Hockey edition. Tim Kolamainen from Breakdown Sports USA, of course, our partner, works hard with us along the way, put this together, and once again, he's just absolutely the magic man.
Yeah, he nails it every time. Ask him to do a task, he knows it's going to be done well.
Puck is played back into the Grand Rapids zone as they'll chase. Heitkamp is there, bothered on the play by Michaelis. 2-on-2 battle. Up the boards they go to the Thunderhawks with it. That was Graber to play ahead. He'll get it back across center. Deep he goes, tries to shovel a backhander. That doesn't get through. He'll chase down his own rebound and play it back into the corner. This line has been effective for the Thunderhawks in possession and territorial play all week.
Yeah, and Graber has some pretty good speed. I think he kind of keeps it a little bit hidden, but he showed some good wheels on that one.
To the corner it goes. They play it to the goal mouth area, and it's going to be turned back up ice by the Thunderhawks. Great back check by Horn for the Elks as they regain control. Love these red sweaters, by the way. Outstanding that the Elks are donning here tonight.
Look good, play good.
Feel good. Off the glass, jammed on the play was Koenig. Back into the Elk zone it goes. That'll be enough for an icing call. 15:15 to go in the period. Thanks for joining us here tonight on Let'sPlayHockey.com. Be sure to tell a friend, turn on that big screen, get the fire going. It is absolutely perfect night to watch hockey.
Yeah, indeed it is. And this is a game really, Pete. These two teams have a skill that I don't think the Eden Prairie Eagles or the Edina Hornets really possess, and that's top to bottom physicality. I think this game's going to be a bit physical, and it's going to get more physical as this game goes on. You have to pick your spots. It has to have purpose, but you're going to sense a lot of intensity in this game, and it's picking up right now.
Puck is deflected off a pair of skates as the Thunderhawks regain control. On it now, it's Del Greco. Gets on the tape for DG Seppi. And he'll play to the corner back in behind the net. Koenig is there. He's checked on the play. And puck squirts out to the goal mouth area. And there was Myers to make the save.
Well, Myers, we said his name a bunch this tournament. He's made some outstanding saves. In fact, I think he made probably the save of the tournament last night against the Edina Hornets. He really played pretty well. But the distorted 5-0 score against that Hornets, once they were down 2-0, they started to press a little bit, take some chances, and Edina took advantage of that, came back on odd-man rushes and really kind of boosted the score. Elk River didn't really play that bad. I think the win came out of their sails, but again, a very determined and focused bunch tonight.
Great night to see the scouts out here. They're trolling all over the place, comparing rosters, looking at things, taking notes.
Right.
Mike Gensel, of course, University of Minnesota, was joined by Don Lucia on Thursday night. Gens is back here tonight.
Yeah, indeed he is. Congratulations to Jake. How about that for a start of an NHL
Remember
career?
the days back with Hill Murray when we were calling his name?
Yeah,
that was special.
Him and Zach Lavelle, but he was a speedy skater back then.
It seemed like just yesterday.
It does, doesn't it?
Well, was it?
Yeah.
Make me happy.
Don't ask me. I'm getting old. Long in the tooth.
Off the end boards. Thunderhawks controlling the offensive zone. Snap shot by Stampahar is blocked in the goal mouth slot area. Stampahar gives over for Anderson. He'll gain center and play this one in deep back in behind the net. Myers will cut off for Mass. He leaves back to his partner. Outlets for Jack Perbix. And that one's too far for him. McLaughlin reads it in the neutral zone, turns it back up. Now Miller takes over. Here's Miller, pinched and wedged. Nice play there. And Mass is there to counter back up to the left wing for McLaughlin. Try to get away from Hayne. He does. In front of the bench area, it's Perbix with it. You know, this is the one game that has major meaning out of all 6. There's a Pride one coming up next, which you would think would have sectional meaning, but it doesn't, with Edina and Eden Prairie. So there's so many things that play through on what's going on here.
It enhances the product on the ice, absolutely. There's several layers to this game, more than just tonight's game.
There's a tension that hopefully we can prevail through for you here between these two teams. And McLaughlin takes that one in stride across the line. He puts on the brakes, gets away from one man, trickles that in on goal. Tried to find Hayne, who got upended on his way in by Boughton.
Well, Hayne's in the right area, though. When you have McLaughlin coming in, gets the shot off. Hayne is geared to go to the net, as is Micah Miller, but it's up to Elk River to protect their goaltender. They did just that. But McLaughlin played a whale of a game last night. He was a house of fire, came out with purpose, came out with a lot of energy, and really made it tough for the Edina Hornets. Face-offs are going to be important in this game. I'm not trying to oversell it, but early in this first period, offensive or defensive zone face-offs, very, very important from this point forward.
Puck is handled now by the Elks out of the zone to the line. Not quite out of the zone as Stampahar picks that off, hits traffic. Played back in behind by Del Greco. Elks look to break out. They're going to try to spread the ice a little bit, go rink wide, deep into the corner. Michaelis is there. Flips one to the far side, or near side rather. There's a stick save. Swing and a miss by Michaelis. No contact there. Koenig is there momentarily. Gets it to Del Greco. Played down by Horn. Nice job. Ooh, quick on the feet there. Michaelis, quick shot. Blocker pad save. Turn to the corner. That's the one thing that I noticed about Stayskill in game 1. Rebound control, terrific.
Yeah, he was very effective. In fact, that's one thing Grand Rapids has done really well is the goaltending position and protecting him. But Stayskill and Holm, there's really no letdown whatsoever. You have to be in pretty good shape to have confidence enough to have two goaltenders that you can play at any given moment against good competition.
Larson was there. Now it's going to be controlled by the Elks as they regroup into their own zone, send it rink wide off the boards. That's going to be gathered in and picked off by Drake Anderson. Sends a shot in on goal, stick save, rebound again, and Myers with 2-3 stops in a row. Finally covers the puck, and we'll have a face-off coming up inside the Elk zone.
Well, Drake Anderson's been on the score sheet 2 nights in a row looking to make it a third, but he's one of those defensemen that's not afraid to jump up at the plate if he sees the opportunity. So far, both teams are actually playing, I think, pretty close to the best right now. It should open up a little bit, but not a lot of room to move out there. But goaltenders, Myers has done a good job in his defense of protecting him, so I look for that trend to continue.
Puck is controlled by the Elks off the draw, but they can't break on the ring as Heitkamp picks it off. His pass toward the slot area was intercepted. Heitkamp quickly covers up at the line. Now it's going to be Jack Perbix. Left wing pass. Quick for shot off the post. Bounding puck. Jack Perbix couldn't pull the trigger. Bizal nearly gave the Elks a 1-0 lead. Metallurgy. That one's off the end wall, and it's played back in behind the net. Look out, hurry up. That was Nick Perbix. He had pressure coming his way. Graber was there, but it's going to be picked up by the Elks out of the zone. Here they come through center. Across the line to the right wing. Oh! Jax Murray upended on his way in. Heitkamp throws the hip. Now here's a turnaround opportunity. Horn tries to find Murray. That fails to click. The Elks have much more spring in their step here tonight, comparatively speaking to last night. Now here come the Thunderhawks off the rush, if you will. McLaughlin looking for Hain. No go there. Broking was sort of handcuffed there at the line. He'll be forced to just play it back in from center as Grand Rapids touches back up and gives Elk River the freebie out of the zone. Nick Perbix now. Cool little move there. Dishes off to the left wing side. That's off Boughton's stick. And it's going to be Broking with it back behind the net. Gives to the corner for McLaughlin. He better hurry because he got jammed. Now Hain. Stampahar. Broking off his stick. Handled now by McLaughlin. Sauces a pass. That one failed to click. Picked off by the Elks. And then the Thunderhawks will regroup and gather into the neutral zone. Here's Hain. Carries it deep. Runs out of real estate as it's Gakey that throws the leather there. Oh, a little bit of a stick swinging incident there as Hain took one, and that's going to be a 2-minute penalty on the Elk River Elks. Here's that chance off that post, Bart.
Yeah, not many pucks have missed Stayskull's glove in this tournament, but that one did. But he got a little assistance from his goaltender's best friend. A little confused about this penalty. Actually, it was a good check, good separation, pinched him at the boards. Hain took a shot at him. He retaliated. Lesson to you youngsters, if you ever get a shot, don't retaliate. That's the one that always gets tagged. Now Grand Rapids gets the fortune of a power play. 10:18 left in this first period. Now it's going to be a power play for this Grand Rapids team as Gakey goes in the box.
Slashing the official call. Stampahar. Now it's Miller. McLaughlin. Miller couldn't get the handle. It went right into a skate there. Now it's a rugby scrum. Stampahar from the top of the slot. Blocked by the sliding. Nice play, Michaelis. Now up high they go with Drake Anderson. He's been deadly on the power play here this week. Miller plays that rink wide for Anderson. Quick touch pass from Hain. They play catch. Hain looks. Anderson in the skates. Well, everybody's been defending this umbrella top guy quite well. Not a lot of shots generating from the blue line.
A lot of possession, a lot of passing, but not a lot of opportunities.
Good read down. There's a chance and a big save.
Boy, that was a good one.
Oh, throwing the pillow. Once again, control to the slot area. Shot that one just wide. That was Hain. They look up high to the point. There's a quick snapper. Scores! That was deflected off the sprawling Elk and into the back of the net. And it's 1-0 Grand Rapids.
Well, I don't know if it was Drake Anderson that scored on the first effort or if it's the score on the follow-up. It doesn't matter to Grand Rapids and Coach Trent Clapp.
7-11-20.
Okay, so that's going to be McLaughlin scoring. Oh, McLaughlin scoring that goal, but it doesn't matter who scores it. I'm sure it's a power play goal. Early 1-0 lead for Grand Rapids. Elk River. Boy, they need to respond, Pete. They need to do a job like they did when Edina scored. They came back and had a good push. They're going to need that again tonight, except they're going to have to get some success out of this. Big goal for Grand Rapids.
Johnny on the spot off the side of the post was McLaughlin to finish that one off. Elks trail now 1-0. Murray with a shot. That was a power play goal officially. Elks will control and play down the line. Picked off and handled there by Grand Rapids. They try to play out of the zone, sliding over to make the play as Graber. Bothered on the rush up the ice by Bazal, and they'll work the forecheck. Nick Perbix down to one knee and up as he controls and surveys. Oh, they had a man, Jack Perbix, brother to brother, in on goal. Jack Perbix, oh, and a pad save made by Stayskull, slams the door. Jax Murray with it. Look to the slot area. Murray, shot up high right off the face mask of the goaltender, Stayskull. Bazal is there, now it knocked it off actually, or he might have helped it off, but nonetheless, look at this long outlet pass. Got a little bit ahead of him, but still made the play.
But a kind of no man's land for Stayskull on that one. He just challenged just enough so he didn't put himself out of position, but really well played by the Grand Rapids goaltender. But that's going to soften up the Grand Rapids defense a little bit if they connect on a couple of those. But if you, as far as the current play, but nice side to side to Stayskull following that play or tracking that puck. But Stayskull actually pulled his helmet off. He took that one high. I think it hit his throat protector and didn't protect him, so he just pulled his helmet off.
Well, when it knocks one of your straps off, too, you just have to knock it off.
Oh, I agree. I was going to say it was a really smart play by the goaltender for Grand Rapids.
Across the line they go, and icing the call. It's interesting on that replay of that breakaway. Stayskull got stuck in the kind of no man's land. Should I or shouldn't I? on the poke check.
But he did go out just enough to challenge him, to kind of make him think a little bit right there, but he didn't put himself out of position. He put that Devin Dubnik stick out there and really forced him to make a play.
Hard Archer.
Thought I'd work that one in.
He certainly did. Stick saved by Myers.
Check that one off the list, right?
That's right. You can't use it again. Stampahar.
Never stopped me before.
Deflected, dribble to the goal mouth area. That's poked at by Del Greco, but Myers was there. He's been busy with a lot of in-tight, muddy area type chances for the Thunderhawks so far tonight. Elks will break back through center. Young is chopped down. There's going to be a penalty coming up. Stampahar is saying he dove.
Well, I don't know if he dove or not, but that's going to be Del Greco. I kind of thought he was going to call that penalty because I think it's a slash. I'm not sure what he's. Yeah, it's going to be a slash. I don't think he dove on that one. He caught him pretty good on that. But Elk River is really in a reactive mode. They were in that mode last night a bunch, and they're used to dictating the pace of play on this. But now they get a chance on the power play to work the puck and put some pressure on Stay-Skull.
Trailing by 1, the Elks now have the chance to employ their deadly power play. Hurry with it. Gets that one back from Horn. Back up for Nick Perbix. Someone's without a stick. That's Micah Miller. Dow, they had a man down low off the weak side there in Horn. Perbix tried to bring that across the line. Couldn't get there. Now he does. Sends it in deep. Wisely, Stay-Skull will cover and hang on.
Well, not a bad idea, but Perbix, a little challenge at the blue line, did a pretty good job of fighting off that battle and winning that one, getting it deep. But Stay-Skull just wanted to hold the puck. They needed some fresh legs out there. Just 1:27 left on the power play for Elk River. But Elk River hovering around the 38% mark on the power play, so they're certainly capable of putting the puck in the net. But they just have to start getting some shots and really getting some offensive rhythm.
Puck is ripped down the length of the ice, and now it's going to be Benny Myers to set up behind the net. Larson is there. Outlets to the left wing side. Puck is gathered in and handled by the Elks. Jack Perbix tries to deal with the defensive play there of Heitkamp. Not afraid to throw the leather, but Perbix walks out of the corner. Bizal better hurry because here comes Heitkamp. Bizal nicely gets through that. There's a shot that's blocked in front. Stampahar right off the waist. High in the air in front of the bench area. Hand pass. Indeed it is.
Well, I think he knew that was going to be a whistle, but he just couldn't let the Grand Rapids, and I think it was Gavin Hain that was going to take that puck and go. So it was a really heady play by Elk River, knowing they were going to get a whistle on that one. Again, they're going to change lines, but it is going to come all the way down into their zone. That's the only drawback from that, but they could have been in a vulnerable moment, so not a bad play by the Elk River defender.
So with 51 seconds to go in the Elk River power play, they'll need to begin and regroup 200 feet after they win the draw. Jax Murray up the right side. It's going to stick handle to the corner. Holds and plays it down low. Horn with it. Michaelis is positioned in the slot, screening right now. Murray across the goal line. Now it's Mass with it. Mass deflected. Nice save by Stay-Skull. Really good save. He came right up as close as he could to the deflection and got the stick on it. Shot over the top of the goal. Mass now. Partially deflected. Good reaction by Murray to keep it alive. Here's a wraparound. Ooh, and I thought he was going to try and get it all the way there. Was Michaelis. 3 to go in the man advantage. Shot, rebound. Scores! Horn with a big goal for the Elks. They tied at 1 right as the power play expires.
Well, that's one of those goals that's going to give them some energy.
24-6-14.
Just in case you didn't know.
That's just to make sure that I don't make a mistake in my interpretations, but that was indeed Nate Horn with his 5th goal of the season, 2nd of this tournament, but what a big goal it was. Really, I think it gets that monkey off Elk River's back a little bit. Snake bit a little bit last game, and really behind the 8 ball in the early part of this game, but I think that's going to relax them a little bit. They're going to quit squeezing their sticks so much, but this really what the doctor ordered for Elk River.
Horn deserves that goal because he bats it out of the air, stays strong on the puck, and buries his pet to the back of the net for the 1-1 tie. Now, that's officially an even strength goal.
Yeah, he's not shy about skating into contact or into traffic. He controlled that quite well, but really a good athletic play by Horn.
Clean breakout by the Elks. Here they come across the line. Jack Perbix. Oh, there's that stiff glove hand. It's so good. Stejskal shuts the door.
Well, if you look at his position, he's just outside the blue. Just didn't really give him anything to shoot at, but it was a good shot. A lot of velocity on that. But I think that that's a good thing that Stejskal was able to control the puck with a nice save. Not that his confidence waned a little bit, but that didn't hurt.
That shot is pushed wide. Producer Brett Johnson, he put up our email address yet? He's going to be soon. Be sure to email us. We'll say hello. Love to know where you're watching from. If it's parts unknown, we'll even call that out.
Announcers at psbmedia.com.
There it is.
Let us hear from you, please.
Up the left wing side it goes. That gets away from a stick. It's going to be handled now by the Thunderhawks. That was Bowman, and just offside at the line.
Well, it was a bit of a challenge by Perbix at the blue line. Just forced Hain to kind of check up a little bit. McLaughlin got in just a stride ahead, but that's where you use that blue line as a natural line of defense. As long as your forwards are responsible enough to cover, you can be a little bit more aggressive and use that to your advantage, and that's exactly what he did. Force him to cut to the blue line offsides. But your forwards have to be responsible, come back and help, but both teams are very well coached.
And now it's going to be the Elks that handle this one. Very well played game. We've had 3 nights of wonderful hockey here from Braemar Arena. Thanks so much for joining us with our continued Let's Play Hockey.com coverage. Next week we will be in Minnetonka. We're to be Chanhassen and Minnetonka. A crosstown rivalry there, Bart Archer.
Yeah, indeed there is.
Section implications. Oh, look out. The official gets collected. Puck rolls to center. Mischke was there to play it in. And it'll be Mass to take over the puck out of the corner. We're under 4 minutes to go in the first period of 3:55. Elks now in control across center. Chipped up high in the air. Stejskal watches that one wide, and it's going to be Stampahar. That pass is behind Steffen. And now it's handled. Look out. Larson will have to hurry for that one. Poked out of there by Myers. Now it's Nick Perbix with it. Real shifty, big fella, moves the puck well.
Doesn't get too excited.
Clean outlet, very cerebral. I call him the Shea Weber of high school hockey.
I like the reference.
Like the number, like the style, the frame, everything. Back up across the line. Can you believe you had a D-core with Weber and Suter and you didn't win a cup? What the heck?
Yeah, what's up with that?
That's incredible.
That's probably why they kind of hit the reset button a little bit.
Oh, the reset button, the famous. At center ice they go. McLaughlin with it.
Blow it up.
Wrist shot right into the midsection and handled. There's Myers. He's a little off angle there too, but no harm, no foul.
Well, it was a pretty good shot by McLaughlin. Perbix forced him to the outside to the left dot. Didn't have a great angle, but when you get a goaltender like Benny Myers coming out and challenging, he might have been off his angle a little bit, but he made that save, as he's done so many times this weekend.
Puck is rung up the boards. Here come the Elks out of the zone. Jack Perbix has stood up on the play. Bazal comes away with it. Snapshot, pad save, turned aside. Quick leg there by Stejskal. That's a beauty.
That's a good quick shot, too.
Jax Murray plays it beautifully. Backhand, that's off the stick. Great chance there by Murray.
But again, puck in the corner after that save.
This line has gone toe-to-toe with the big Grand Rapids line.
It's fun to watch.
All night long. It's been great hockey. Next level hockey here. In on goal, and the save made by Myers as it was trickling its way.
Well, the nice thing about both of these primary lines on these teams is they can do a lot of things well. They're kind of the five-star athletes. They skate very, very well. They're very smart, but they also have a little bit of toughness. They're not afraid to skate into traffic and put their head down and push forward. And that's a little bit unusual at this level, but that's why they stand out so much. But both teams can boast of a nice, aggressive forward first line. It's the support lines that really have to step up for these teams to have continued success throughout the course of the year.
Little forecheck thrown in there by Mischke. Sent back through traffic for the Thunderhawks. On that puck was Di Giuseppe. Now Mischke takes over. Del Greco now. And offside at the line.
Boy, you heard that check coming into your living room, I'm sure. But again, the physical part of it, but it's a controlled physicality. It has to have purpose. So far, they've really adhered to that. You know, you can't just bump people to bump people. There has to be a reason for that. And so far, they're staying well within the guidelines and boundaries and playing a good, solid, effective physical game.
Grand Rapids fan, thanks for joining us again. Great to have you on board, and we appreciate the kind words. And
absolutely.
You know, we create a little bit of a community here, don't we, each year, Bart?
It puts gas in her tank.
It does a little bit. Back up through center ice it goes. Will that make it for an icing? No, it won't. That's back at his own zone. It's going to be picked up by Foss. The Elks break out right up the middle. Center ice they go. Across the line of the drop pass. Look out. Michaelis. Oh, a one-timer there. Fails to click.
Boy, that really developed awful quick. Nice puck movement by Elk River.
Cutting through the neutral zone now. That was Stampahar. And now they work it back up ice to the Elks. Here's a chance. Left wing. That one fails to click. And Michaelis with it now. Michaelis turns and puts that one in on goal. Anderson plays it to safety up the right wing wall, but there's Murray. Nice play off the wall for Michaelis. Seeing some great work here. Oh, Michaelis open, shoots, and a big save by Stejskal. Cool as a cucumber. We're under a minute to play now. You heard Pat Milan, our public address announcer here. Of course, he of CCO and KSTP fame. Dude's been around.
Yeah, he's got a velvet voice.
Only the best. Across the line they go. Burnson, nowhere to go but to the corner. Nice job by Mass to wrap him up as he took him into the wall. They're not going to call you on that if you wrap up your player. Good to see this generation of players getting that concept.
That's an important point to bring up, Pete Wagner.
Turned back up by Hain. Cross the line. Miller will wait for it. Surveys, dishes over to the right wing. Thunderhawks, there's a deflection by Hain. And the Elks will carry this one back up through center. Across the line, here's a one last chance as the period runs out. In on goal, it's Stejskal stays out of the net. And there's a penalty coming out. Looks like the Thunderhawks are going to get some sort of slash.
Wow, we've seen a lot of penalties in just the last seconds of the periods, and it really allows you to kind of start the period with obviously an advantage, but it's going to be Michael Heitkamp that's going to go to the box for the Thunderhawks. He almost had to do that. That puck was knocked out of the air and kind of in no man's land, and it really was put in place for Elk River to really challenge on that one. Heitkamp did a nice job of holding his ground, knocking that off to make sure that he didn't get pushed in. But now just 2 seconds left. Obviously, Elk River's probably going to go straight for the net.
And instead it goes straight to the corner.
That's a big win by Hain on that faceoff.
And we're going to go straight to break.
Perfect.
Period number 1 of the books. We're tied at 1. Elk River Grand Rapids High School hockey continues right here on Let'sPlayHockey.com. We are between periods of the Edina Holiday Classic. Some great hockey going on at Braemar Arena. And we are honored to bring in our next partner from Room Roster, the Senior Sales Manager, Matt Trenier. And he has a product many of you in the state of Minnesota may be familiar with, Room Roster Play, Stay, Connect. You can find them at roomroster.com. And what they offer are hotel solutions for tournament organizers and attendees. So, Matt, thanks for joining us here this evening, and looking forward to talking to you a little bit more about your product. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm well. Thanks for having me, Pete.
You bet, Matt. So why don't you tell us a little bit about Room Roster? What is it? How does it work? And if I'm a tournament organizer, I know there's plenty of them that are part of it that watch these broadcasts. What can they grab from this?
Yeah, absolutely. Pete, we've set sights on this about just over 3 years ago, and our bottom line goal here is to provide our partners a complete tournament management technology software. So it has the ability to streamline everything from registrations, their communication portals, sending out a text message, for example. We just launched in scheduling and scoring, which is very exciting for us. As well as what you mentioned earlier, is meet all the needs of teams traveling and their hotel group blocks and individual reservations. So we have branded this to all our event organizers like Edina Minor Hockey and really try to streamline this solution to provide a great tournament experience for your team managers, your individual participants, and perhaps other fans and family coming into the event as well.
You're truly not a one-trick pony. So tell us a little bit more about how it all interacts, and there's actually ways that organizers make money by utilizing your product.
Yeah, that's a good point. We want to provide this software really at no cost to our tournament organizers through being their official booking agents, probably the best way to explain it, Pete. And what that does is, on our goal here is to provide those hotel rooms, getting those best group rates, negotiating those amenities, having good selection. And then what we'll actually do is provide a revenue share back to our tournament organizers with the understanding from those hotels. So it certainly can be a revenue generator opportunity. And as you can appreciate, our business model, we're subsidized through the hotels and sharing that with our tournament partners so that we can provide all this software and continue to enhance it for our tournament organizers.
So your group on the back end from a support perspective works closely with the tournaments themselves. Sometimes you handle the registration process, which in your case is ideal. And in other instances, you will work with the existing registration, and we know there's a lot of them, portals or whatever it may be, and you take the communication and that hard work out of the hands of the tournament organizer. Your organization takes care of that, captures all the data and the information, gets the hotel bookings. You're not chasing down your room nights and any of that stuff, and you don't even know what the numbers really are if you're a tournament organizer. So there's a lot of benefits to what you do that really helps the bottom line and deliver to the bottom line for these tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're taking the words there for sure right out of my mouth. And at a high level, the common feedback we see are what are the biggest benefits? And I think it's definitely the user experience. We're enhancing that, making them much more engaged with the event. But the feedback on the efficiencies for a tournament organizer, what we're able to do, capture everything for them in a one-stop solution. But also we appreciate a lot of these non-for-profit tournament organizers, or we even have some professional ones like the Dallas Stars we work with. We want to create some revenue opportunities for them to use however they see fit for fundraisers, scholarships, that kind of areas.
And also, for those locally, you work, obviously you mentioned the Edina Hockey Association. You also work with Breakaway Hockey, Midwest Hockey Programs, the Gopher Classic Legion Baseball Tournament. I mean, just to name a few. Wisconsin Sports Services, you're very active. What's the best way for people to get a hold of you? Obviously, we've got the link for Room Roster on here. Is there a direct ability to get a hold of you, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate I can chat to anyone, even provide them a little demo just so they have a better understanding. But the best way is just pick up the phone, give me a shout, toll free, and my direct extension, 877-345-1752. My direct extension is 217, so that's 877-345-1752, extension 217. If you just even want to call into Room Roster, ask for a demo, we'll always accommodate that as well to give you a better understanding.
Service is really their name of the game. They work in the service business as well. They know what they're doing. Room Roster, play, stay, connect. High school hockey continues. Thanks a lot, Matt. We'll be back with more right after this.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered. With 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short, sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
We are between periods of the Let's Play Hockey Game of the Week, and we're joined by True Hockey's Jason Kasuris. You are a part of a company that is a growing hockey equipment manufacturer, and you have some great stuff. Jason, can you tell us a little bit about your company and how it's growing?
Well, essentially, we've been in the hockey market for a very long time, actually, close to 16 years. But we haven't been branded as True. We've been building hockey sticks for multiple other manufacturers, pretty much any of the manufacturers that are out today, and have actually come and gone. But we've been building their sticks, just labeling them with their logos and everything like that. But about 3 years ago, we decided, hey, let's build our own brand. Let's stop making for others and really be innovative. We want to bring products to the market that still stay traditional to the hockey consumer, but with added perks, with added technology that's going to improve the product, improve the player. So with that, we've kept in the sticks. We've now introduced a glove line in our Z Palm offerings that you can change out the palms to increase performance, but also change the durability aspects. There's multiple different things that you can look at with our gloves. We will be introducing pants in 2017. Also, just as a growth aspect, we just recently last week announced the purchase of VH footwear. So we are getting into skates. We're growing the brand as much as we possibly can, but we're doing it strategically. It's not where we're just bringing everything all at once and trying to flood the market with all of our equipment. We want to be innovative. That's our biggest thing. We want to be a high-end company that looks at ways to make a player better, make our products better, not just be a Me Too company.
Well, and I think the important component is that you were the technology behind a lot of the, quote, brand name sticks, but now you are the brand and the technology, and I think that's important for the consumer to know. And then the second aspect is the innovation of your products from the palms. I mean, I know as a hockey parent, one of the most frustrating things is you buy a kid a pair of gloves, and within a year they're worn out because the knob is just taken out one of the hands, and you got to start over again. But you have a solution to that, which can allow you to keep those gloves, and you just replace the palms, correct?
Correct. And like I said, it can be treated, I look at it as three different ways. So with that palm completely zipping out, you can look at it as a durability aspect. So a year down the road, the top hand blows out or anything like that. You can just go in. You don't have to buy a new pair of gloves. You don't have to take it into a repair shop and get a completely different feel to the glove or anything like that. It's just a matter of going into your local dealer that has the palm offerings and change it out, and you have the exact same feeling glove and just go from there. The other aspect is we have 5 different options in palms. So we have all different performance aspects. We have a durable palm in our Z Power. We have our standard is a great palm as well. We have our Z Fit that is a very, very soft feeling, very thin feeling. We have a Z Pro that a lot of the NHL players, it's a very thin, ultra feel palm. And then we have our Z Grip, which is a tackified grip that really helps with the grip of the stick. So that's another attribute. The third attribute is the dryability of the gloves. A lot of the issues with gloves is they stink, quite honestly. Mm-hmm. And, to get any sprays into a glove or anything like that, you can't really get into the fingertips of a glove to kill any of that bacteria. So now what you can actually do is you can unzip that palm and take it off, spray the whole glove down, and then dry it out. And it works unbelievably great.
That's amazing stuff. It is.
I mean, it is. And the other nice thing, too, is, I use the example as I played in a pond hockey tournament last winter. I used these gloves. It was 45 degrees out, so it was extremely warm. We were essentially skating in puddles.
Swimming, yeah.
And the gloves got extremely wet in the one game, and I had another game that I had to go to in 15 minutes. So I just zipped out the palm, put a new palm in, dry gloves, ready to go. So, I mean, it definitely works for, what it's intended to, and it improves the playability of the gloves. It also improves the overall performance of the gloves for the players.
You can find their information at true-hockey.com, and you can also get it in local stores. Jason, if you wouldn't mind, outline to us where we can find your product in stores in the Twin Cities area.
Twin Cities area, Hockey Central and Blaine, Dave's Sports Shops, Strauss, general sports, just to name a few, total hockeys as well. We're definitely growing brand, and we're building that dealer base as much as possible. Even if you can't find it at any of the dealers, more than likely we've had contact with them, and they should be able to order something from us. So.
And it won't hurt to ask for True Hockey brands, too, at your local dealer if they're not there. You can also purchase your product online, too. Is that correct, at various online sporting good hockey stores as well?
Correct. We're in all the major online dealers as well.
Perfect. Jason, thank you so much. And once again, that is true-hockey.com. We're going to take a quick time out. We're going to return back to high school hockey action, the Let's Play Hockey Game of the Week. And we welcome you back to Braemar Arena. Bart Archer, a very adventurous first period, 1-1. Only 3 penalties called, one at the conclusion of the period. I believe that was Heitkamp who went. There's 2 seconds to go, or that ragged off that. So 158 for Elk River on the power play. But it was a power play goal for Grand Rapids and one at the conclusion of the other power play for Elk River. The 5-on-5 play has just been fantastic. Really good.
No question about it. But I think Elk River started a little lethargically, and I'm not saying I think it was more just the effort from Grand Rapids coming out ready to play. But Grand Rapids, as you said, at the 7:45 mark on the power play was McLaughlin with his 11th from Anderson and Miller, very familiar names in this tournament so far. Then at the 11:27 mark, as you said, Pete, on the tail end of a power play, Horn put in his 5th from Perbix and Murray, and that's where we are at 1-1. Shots on goal, Grand Rapids with 11 and Elk River with 6. But Pete, we talked about it before. Once Elk River got that goal, it kind of took the monkey off their back, and they really started to push the pace and control the play and really put Grand Rapids on their heels for the last part of that period. Grand Rapids a little bit of a pushback, but I was very encouraged the way that Elk River responded after that goal. But Grand Rapids now in front of them is a penalty kill for another minute and 58 seconds with a Elk River squad that seems to be focused.
Well, we're going to be seeing Duluth East in a couple of weeks when we go up to the Heritage Center. We've seen these two teams. What I think we know is I think the Section 7 AA is going to be amazing.
Well, that's going to be a subject for a lot of conversation as far as why do they have so many top teams in one section, but it's just like that. That's how the
geographical.
That's how the high school league kind of evolves. It's just there's a new edition every year, and that's part of the exciting part about it. But that's going to be an interesting section to follow through the course of the year, up 2 sections as well.
I think we're going to let the water freeze a little bit here. You can see a stripe right down the middle.
Well, I know water's not that expensive, but he sure used a lot of it, but that's not a judgment. It's just an observation.
You commented on that during the period. You said something, to be honest with you. I mean, Todd Grover's taking a shot of it. He knows exactly what we're talking about here. You can see it glistening off the
yeah, and it's really bad in the corners, and that's you just want to give it the proper time to cure and get back to action. But I'm sure there's a little nervous energy right now. Elk River probably wants to get this thing going, but Grand Rapids has just been very solid, very consistent, probably the most consistent team throughout this whole tournament as far as their style of play and pushing the pace and level of play. Just a minor little hitch in the giddy-up once Elk River scored. Oh, they're testing it. Oh, boy, that puck just stopped dead. It's not on camera, but
yeah, it's fucking. You try throwing a puck, and it's just it's not.
There might be a chiller issue going on here.
Yeah, in fact, you're probably right. Boy, that would be, what my thought is get the squeegees out there and push the water to the areas that are freezing. Perhaps that might be the...
Well, there's a chiller issue possible.
Sure.
And so what that means, obviously, is this thing isn't going to set up because that's why it's sitting here like this.
Yeah.
However, if you have to, while you're getting it, I'm not saying that's the problem. Then you come out and you dry scrape it and get this stuff off.
Not a bad idea.
But we'll see.
Well, I think just observing it isn't really pushing the process forward.
Open the doors.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. Yeah. Boy, it'll be frosty in just a minute. But all the people that didn't decide to brave the elements, thank you for joining us on myfoxhockey.com. Glad to have you aboard.
On what?
Oh, God. Where did that come from?
Oh, my word, Bart Archer.
Can we hit the rewind button on that one? On Let's Play Hockey. Wow. That's just conditioning. For how many years did we do that? But we're very, very happy and privileged to be with Let's Play Hockey. That was my faux pas. I'm going to hear about that for a couple of weeks, I'm sure, Pete. You won't let me off the hook early on that one.
Oh, Bart, you're never going to live that one down.
Oh, I know.
I'm just watching the
beat myself up.
I do think it's just a matter of it. They're getting some good roll on the puck now. It kind of slows down. It's better.
Well, and I've seen it happen before where they bring the squeegees out and kind of push it into different areas and disperse it so it doesn't have such a...
You're going Met Center, circa 77.
It just kind of makes sense. I'm a proactive guy.
With My Fox Hockey.
Shut up. I had that coming.
Oh, God. I'll leave you alone on that one, but come on, man. That was so good.
Oh, that was terrible on my part. I apologize.
Oh, beautiful. We're going to play now. We're underway. As it's going to be the Elks to control in the neutral zone.
Well, you just hope it doesn't really come into play.
Yeah, you just, oh, there's an example right there. Michael is stood fan on that, though.
Well, to his defense, but Elk River maintaining possession.
Power play continues for 136. The good news is the conditions are the same for both teams.
Correct.
Shot that's wide. It is setting, though. You can tell, Bart.
Yep.
Back in behind the corner it goes. Drake Anderson. Another number 11, Mass, is there. Didn't get his full stick on that. Puck rolls back into the Elks. So nice job by Nick Perbix to make the move. Nearly lost his balance on a little wet spot there, though. I got to say it when I see it. And look out. Here they come back the other way with McLaughlin. Back behind the net. Puck rolls to the goal mouth area. This is a different situation here. Watching him deal with this a little bit. Oh, pad save by Stejskal. Off the glass and sent right back in.
Well,
around the wall it goes.
It has to creep into your thoughts. There's just no way it doesn't. But, again, just keep it in the middle of the ice and keep moving the puck.
Well, it's tough to turn hard when you want to, and you're not going to get the bite on your skates that you want. It stands you straight up.
But as you said, teams have the same challenge. Just
Mass
32 seconds left on the penalty.
Plays ahead to Bazal. Now Mass across the line. Check throw in there. And it's going to be picked up by Bazal in front of his own bench for the Elks as they play that one in. Broking plays that around, picked up by Bazal with 15 to go in the man advantage. Ooh, he tried to sneak that through on Stejskal. It looked like it was going to be a pass. And you know who really loved that one?
Who's that?
Gabe Holm.
Yeah.
He was wrapping his blocker pad on the bench.
Oh, was he? I thought that was a vulnerable moment because Stejskal's in goal, but she rallied quite well. But Pete, you said Benton Moss's name a whole bunch for the Elk River Elks through this tournament. He's really played a fine tournament. We don't give him enough praise because we focus on all the big numbers and such, but Mass has played quite well for these 3 days.
Off the glass, and it goes. Steffen is spooled out of there by Foss, and it's going to be Nick Perbix outletting to Murray on the left wing side. Murray across the line, plays that one to the corner. Michaelis with it. Now Murray, checked on the play by Graber. Off to the side of the cage. Now it's going to be picked up by the Thunderhawks from the left point. Pushed in by Foss. Picked up by Graber off the wall to neutral. Controlled now by the Elks as they'll play D to D. Foss across the line. Gives it a look right into the midsection of the goaltender. Zach Stejskal will face off with 14:29 to go. Knotted up at 1.
Well, Elk River doing a pretty good job of actually gaining the zone, but Grand Rapids some nice work defending. They're forcing everything to the outside. A lot of the shots that have gone against Stejskal tonight have been from poor angles or really out on the periphery a little bit, but his angles are proper, but Grand Rapids doing a good job of forcing the play to the outside.
Awesome stuff. Trevor cheering on the orange and black from Denmark after his bus trip. 1:30 a.m. there, and he is correct. Rapids goalies have been impressive this week. It's been very good. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you enjoying the broadcast.
Thank you, Trevor.
Not awesome, but the global appeal to this stuff, it's amazing.
That's kind of the purpose of the service that we're providing through Let's Play Hockey. See what I did there? I overcompensated on that.
You did. Well, what it does, though, is it takes you back. The next one, Bart, will say right here on BEC TV, the Station of Champions.
Or Rogers Cable TV back in the 80 Edina Hornets days.
We were talking about that, how much different this game has become. The players are
too.
just quicker,
Absolutely.
stronger. I mean, it's not even close.
Well, just technology development, just the
training
resources.
and just
Absolutely.
coaching and the games.
It's all good.
In on goal, Myers makes the same save. The game has evolved, and you learn tactics. You focus on different things, but I mean, the players, just the strength and speed and size isn't even close.
Well, now we're paying attention to diet, dry land practices, and shooting, and there's a whole bunch of things that we took for, in passing where they're regimenting and really making better players. It's good for the state of Minnesota.
Just waiting for Rush Limbaugh to kick in after that theme music. What is that? Old Ohio? Is that the name of the song from
so.
The Pretenders? Chrissy Hine?
Yeah,
that one wide of the net?
I remember.
She had kind of that bang haircut thing going on.
Yeah, she's more middle of the road.
Height camp with it. Plays ahead for Stampahar. They were good live, by the way.
Yeah, they were.
Cross the line. Oh, a redirect nearly goes for Stampahar. Thunderhawks will send this one back toward the goal mouth area. It's going to be Miller. Protects the puck well, and it's played up the right wing boards. Looking to make the play there was Nick Perbix. He comes away with it momentarily, and it's going to be Hain to win the battle. And Bazal is there. Nick Perbix thought he's going to get called. He got away with one, maybe.
Well, I think that's why he fell, just to balance it out. Otherwise, it might have been a penalty.
Well, he pulled it off. It's Hain. Oh, nice play by Nick Perbix there.
He's not
on
done.
McLaughlin, who's attempted there by Hain on a nice play. On McLaughlin from the corner. McLaughlin in the wet stuff. Lost the handle on the puck. Perbix takes advantage, plays the body, and back up ice they go. Oh, stick swinging. Oh, and another. They let it go. 2 high sticks, one by each.
I don't know if they should have let that one go.
Goodness.
Take them both.
Back across the neutral zone. Back in the corner. Spun off the puck as Mass. Nice job to regain possession. Gives back to the corner. Nick Perbix with it. He's going to go straight up in the air. Wanted to spring his man off the far side and lobs, but instead it's going to be the Elks to play to the corner. Anderson was there to play the body. Fished out of there. Nice play. Off the skate to center. That was off Mischke, and it's controlled by Foss and played back in by the Elks with Stejskal to set up for Anderson. Anderson will give back on the puck for Broking, who advances ahead. Steffen, rink wide, to an open wing. Played now to the right side and handled by the Elks. Mass with it, takes it from Foss. Ahead to Murray. Michaelis was there, but instead they're going to have to regroup in the neutral zone. And they're going to ring this one back in, back behind the net. Foot race ensues. And the Thunderhawks once again back up the ice. Picked off, nice little back check there. Boughton finds Horn. Horn already has one tonight. Takes it hard to the can as he's brought down on the play, and it'll be the Thunderhawks. The issue on the ice right now, guys, is in the corners.
Sure.
It's really soupy. There's a shot that's off the side of the net. That's where guys are having trouble. And it's going to be turned back up ice by the Elks. Michaelis was there. Turned back up ice. Nice job by Miller to make the play. Miller tries to work his way back in behind the net. Maintains possession. Up to the right point. There's a snapper off the crossbar. Ooh, quick deflection right out of the kneecaps there by McLaughlin. And the post was the best friend of Benny Myers.
Yeah, we've had a lot of posts this weekend in this tournament. You have some snipers out here. Goalies covering it. They're trying to be very, very fine, but a lot of goal posts this tournament.
Right wing on the pass. Across the line, Miller. At the line, look out, 2-on-1 possible. Murray has Jack Perbix. Down goes the defense, loses the handle. That's kind of where that ice is going to come into play, but a good defensive play to force it. It's definitely noticeable. I can't not bring it up. Sent back to the right wing side now. Elks in the offensive zone. They're going to cycle back in behind. Bazal is there. Michaelis helps out. Couple of Thunderhawks as well. Now Bazal gets away from one man, shoots it in on goal, and that's handled by Stejskal.
Well, and we're getting a little extracurricular there. You can see on the replay, really a good defensive play by Drake Anderson. He's really turned in solid efforts on both ends of the rink. just really took all the options away on that one. Lee left himself a little vulnerable, but he picked the right timing. It was very, very good. Just dropped down, took that cross pass away. Those cross passes are very difficult for the goaltender. He made that job pretty easy for him. Another fine defensive play.
I almost could say that was a trip. I mean, you could.
You could, sure, feasibly. But I like the fact they didn't let him play.
If it were the show, there'd be someone going to the bin. I swear there would be. That is the most protected league in hockey right now.
Well, it kind of takes away from the product too, I think, a little bit. Special teams are nice, but if it's all special teams, it really puts a tarnish on the product.
Behind the net it goes. Too bad they don't have the special teams coach like they do in the NFL. You can almost predict every football game when there's a miscue. They have the camera on the special teams coach.
Absolutely.
Why is it his fault?
Right. Well,
I love that. It's hilarious.
Somebody's got to be accountable.
Okay, there you go. From the corner it goes. They'll try to walk it to the goal mouth area. Stejskal with the big frame is firm and stays down. You see a lot of sweaters around him. Be sure to email us announcers at psbmedia.com.
Well, Grand Rapids is just doing such a good job of boxing them out. They really have to come in from those shallow angles. That's their only way to kind of get to the net, because they are blocking out two very defensively responsible teams. The forwards are involved. They're defending as a unit, and Elk River's getting possession in the zone, but they just aren't getting in between the hash marks and getting good quality looks.
Be sure to follow us at Let's Play _hockey on Twitter. Plenty of information there for you to follow from a day-to-day perspective, along with our newly revamped website that's continuing to grow and evolve as we go here. In on goal, it goes, or off the side of the goal rather. It's going to be turned up ice by Boughton. Look out, here comes Horn. He's been good all night long. Tried to chuck a little sauce over for Michaelis, nothing doing there. Horn puts on the brakes as the puck goes all the way over to the far corner. Now Horn with it. Works it to the goal mouth slot area there. Try to pull the backhander. Horn again, now on the forehand. Same thing. That one misses the mark, and it's back up to the blue line with Foss. Stick save as it rolls up and right into the midsection of the goaltender, Zach Stejskal.
Right, the Starber School of goaltending right there. But Elk River with solid zone time, really working. A nice sauce pass on that one. Horn did a nice job to make that opportunity happen by using his body to protect the puck, moved it forward, tried to do a little sauce, just got under it a little bit, rolled. Would have been perfect if it would have flattened out there, but just hopped a little bit. But Stejskal, if you notice, good side to side. He was in position to challenge that shot if indeed the shot surfaced.
8:11 to go in a very tense battle here from Braemar Arena. Bazal chased the puck. Now it's going to be picked up by McLaughlin from the left wing, right into the belly of the beast to the backhand. Oh, and what a save there. Stejskal extended, took away the shooting lane, as that was Jack Perbix on the bid.
Well, I appreciated the fact he stayed on the backhand instead of pulling it back to the forehand. Pretty solid backhand.
Poked back into the Elk River zone. Mass with it behind the net. He's going to be hounded on the play. Jammed on the play. Nice job by Hain to take over. Try to go up high, short side of the goaltender, Myers. Now it's Bazal. Angles a pass off the boards for Jack Perbix. That would have been an icing if he didn't get there in time, and he did.
Good hustle.
Now Jack Perbix, he's had a great game. I've seen him get better and better every night.
Every night, you're right.
Really like the frame. If he's going to be as big of his brother at the position there, that's impressive. At the forward position to be working it at about 6'3", 6'4", very impressive. Here come the Elks with Young across the line, one-on-one with speed. Oh! Handcuffs. Stejskal makes the save, and the rebound fails to click. Now it's Stampahar. Gets away from a stick check. Smoothly through the neutral zone. Stampahar. Poke check neatly there by Perbix. Effortless by Nick Perbix. Now it's going to be controlled by the Thunderhawks once again. Off a pair of skates onto the stick of Nick Perbix. He's going to pick it up. Little pace there for him. Sidesteps one man. His shot's deflected up and out of play. 6:38 to go. And here's another look at this little handcuff. Look at this thing. Whoops.
But look at the follow-up. Doesn't quit on the play. Got into proper position. Took the high percentage shots away.
As we say, no flybys.
That's right. Yeah, flybys are a little frustrating for coaches, players, and people that watching for the entertainment, but we're not getting let down here. Been a very entertaining game so far. Both goaltenders have been involved. Both teams have had their opportunities. Very tight to the vest, but pretty good pace.
Puck's played to the neutral zone. Handled now by Perbix once again. That's Nick Perbix, the defenseman. off the boards. Nice play by Lobs, and here's a foot race for it. Turned away from traffic. I believe that was Brockman on the play. Left wing side, Mischke snaps that in on goal. Myers makes the save.
Well, I just like to give a special mention to Lenny Teixeiras and his young son Johnny tuning in tonight out of Chanhassen. We appreciate it very much. And he says that he might have gone to the University of Minnesota with you, P. Wagner.
He certainly did.
How about that?
Remember when I was the GC genius?
Yes. You were the GC genius.
Writing some papers for Danny Hamry in the School of Technology, the IT Schmed, they used to call him.
How about that? Lenny's an incredibly nice man and a huge hockey fan. He
awesome that you're on board.
Absolutely.
And hello.
And young John, going to be quite a baseball player for Chanhassen in the future.
Look out. They got a great ballpark over there. That thing is fantastic. Have you been there, Bart?
No, I have not.
Oh, you got to go check out a game there. But Legion or high school, it's really good.
But we do have a Chanhassen versus Minnetonka, as we talked about for next week's Thursday night game of the week. Looking forward to that one. Wow, I'd like to say a special hello to Mr. Marlon Haney, Elk River faithful, tuning in for us. He's been with us all 3 games, and he appreciates what Let's Play Hockey does. And
he's labored through 3 days.
A very patient man he is.
Absolutely. Left wing side it goes, out of the zone for Horn. Getting better and better every shift from what I'm seeing out of that young man, too.
And he was pretty good to begin with, too.
Swept over to the left wing side, Hain with it. Now Stampahar steps up on the play. That'll be picked up and out of the zone. Handled now by the Elks across the line. Mass, his shot is wide of the mark. Foss from the neutral, sends it right back in. And the regroup, Heitkamp for Stampahar. E to D. I'll just shovel it right back over to Heitkamp. Says, thanks a lot. I got a man coming on me with that thing. And now here's McLaughlin.
Handled it well.
Nice job to catch that pass. Miller, a shot that's buzzed wide by Stampahar. You know, Micah Miller has caught so many passes in so many different scenarios. It is really, truly the mark of a terrific player if you can catch a pass, Bart, anywhere.
Well, indeed, and it shows his athletic ability. He really he was good going into last year's state tournament, but if I was his coach, I never would have taken him off the ice. He was definitely one of the best players representing his team in that state tournament. It looks like that's continued. He's actually raised his level of play, works his edges very well, strong as an ox, but he's got that athletic ability, plus a little dexterity, too. He's got all the checks in the right boxes. Faceoff going to come outside the zone.
Let's say that one off Grand Rapids only.
And no pushback from any of the Elk River people.
Oh, and we got some hands up in the air by the Thunderhawks. Trent Klatt wondering what in the world and why.
All right, Pat Milan, play some music now.
Full menu. Nick Perbix for Larson. Left wing, try to tap that for Bizal. Couldn't get it to the middle of the ice. That's going to be Nick Perbix. The middle of the ice has been completely taken away from those Nick Perbix breakout and long passes because he moves the puck so well. There's nothing for sale. Credit the Thunderhawks' posture there. It's very impressive. Rink wide it goes at the line. Deflected in wide of the net. Larson with it. Tries to get it through to the right side. Does. And now it's going to be Murray taking it from Jack Perbix, but big frame of Steffen shuts that down. Look out, here comes Bizal. Snapper in on goal. And Stayskull again equal to the test.
Well, it was a nice job of Elk River to feed that puck up and out of the zone. Not a pretty zone exit, but nonetheless effective. But as you said, it was Bizal that actually went in. He was a left-handed shot on the right side, so he had a pretty good angle on that. But Stayskull made that save look easy. Face off to his right, as you can see, 4:08 left in the second period. We're knotted at 1. Very important time juncture of this game, Pete. I think the middle period is the long line changes. 4:08 to go. Both teams want to finish very, very strong.
Face-off win by the Elks. That one over the top of the goal. It looked like it was going to be the Thunderhawks in possession, but great job off the wing there to keep that alive for Elk River. Foss shot, that's over the glass. Steffen, nice play there. Ahead he goes. Up the ice with it. Shot that's wide of the net by Bernson. Couldn't get the carom off the boards as the Elks will play it to center. It's poked at there and played back in, but Picked up by Foss across the line. Foss gains some energy in on goal, and there's a blocker pad save made by Stayskal.
But again, he was about 10 foot off the half wall, just on top of the dot, so everything's being forced to the outside as a coach. That's what you really like to see. But there you...
That's that replay I was talking about off the draw. Everybody's got a job to do, and you saw right there that was Tommy Lobbs who just jumped unimpeded right on that loose puck and got a scoring chance.
Absolutely. Well, they say it's important to know what you're doing when you win the draw, but it's equally as important to know where to be when you don't win that draw. You got to step in front and impede his progress in some fashion.
He nearly found the short side shelf there.
Yeah, I didn't miss by much.
Where Grandma stores what?
The cookies.
That's right.
Where Grandpa keeps the nectar.
The elf fudges. The nectar.
They wouldn't be up there if they were yours.
If they're in my vicinity, they'd be long
They'd be gone.
Wow. I denied you a few of those along the way when we were younger.
Oh, a few? I don't think I got any.
Did you notice how I said younger?
Oh, man.
I didn't even refer to now. Here's Nick Burbix with it now out of the zone. Head man's up the ice off the stick of Boughton, and it's going to be McLaughlin to take over the loose change. He'll flip that high in the air, bounding puck. Hayne makes a nice play to get underneath the stick to keep the puck alive. He tried to cycle that one. That one fails to click for Graber, who finally finds the handle. This is that tough area of the ice where it's really slow and almost slushy.
Well, it's bumpy too.
It's just not good.
No, correct.
Backdoor, and it's going to be handled out of the zone. Neat play by Horn. Plays that off the boards, gets a perfect puck to settle in as they can get the change on the fly as the Thunderhawks with possession will look to break out through center. Gakey was there. Chuck in front of the bench area. Gakey backpedals and plays it back up to the neutral zone. Handled and played right back in by Grand Rapids, seizing some momentum here in the latter stages of this period. Gakey gives up to the left wing side. Bizal flips a pass, bounding puck too far for Jack Burbix. Heitkamp is there. Back in behind the net. And it's going to be handled and played to the neutral zone. Steffen tried to handle that one, couldn't get his hands on it. As played back up and controlled once again by the Elks. Foot race for the loose puck, and that's going to make it for an icing call.
Well, even with Bazal's speed, he couldn't catch up with that one. But you're right, Pete. It looks like Grand Rapids is starting to kind of get back to Thunderhawk hockey. But the nice part about it is both teams are contesting the full 200 feet up and down. So, real estate isn't easy to come by. They're having to earn everything they get, but that's part of the joy of watching two good teams play. A war of attrition, as you say.
From one Rapids to another, Braden says, watching the game from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, it doesn't get any better than Minnesota high school hockey.
That's awesome.
I completely agree with you there.
Well played, Braden.
I hope it's not some sort of sentence you're serving to be in Cedar Rapids. I'm kidding. Puck is played back in behind the net. That gets through everyone. And no icing, they'll say. Mass, left wing for Horn. Nothing to do but play it up to the line. Held in with a mitt there by Bowman. Mass comes over and plays it anyway.
Might as well give a little shot while you're doing it. But we're seeing the chip out of the zone, getting up and under the puck. As far as a nice safety valve, they're going to bring it all the way down. Obviously, face-off is going to be to Stayskull's right. But we're seeing that safety quite a bit, where people just chip it up and out of the zone and let their speedy forward skate under it. They've done that with some success tonight.
Coming up next, our nightcap, Eden Prairie and Edina at 8:30.
It's going to be another good one.
A ferocious, rabid Eden Prairie team. They're going to be frothing at the mouth. They've lost 2 in a row, and they're not happy. I'm serious.
Well,
and they're playing their heated rival, Edina. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely. Section 7 rivals here and Bordertown rivals next game. It doesn't get much better.
Big save by Myers. McLaughlin wanted the rebound, couldn't get there. As that hits traffic on its way in, that was Stampahar, and here comes Elk River back with 46 to go in the period. Across the line, walking down low, that was Michaelis. That's wide of the net. Drake Anderson there for the Thunderhawks, and out they come out of the zone. Nick Burbix has this one measured. No problem. Really tough to beat in a one-on-one situation. I don't care who you are. And now it's going to be picked up. Murray back up the middle. Murray can skate. Oh, look at this pass. Oh, they find the late man. A shot off the gobbler. Bizal with an opportunity there. and it's going to be picked up by the Grand Rapids Thunderhawks back out of the zone. Hain try to make it. You cannot walk around Perbix. You got to pass the puck or play it deep.
I'm glad you made mention of it because I was going to. It's just you go through your litany of different moves when you see him closing in on you.
Does anybody make it look easier? He just stands there and just boop.
Well, the thing about it, you're right. He makes it look easy, but he's so smooth back there that once he does get the puck or stop the play, he's in no rush to make a play. He's poised and makes the proper pass at the right time.
Here was that great chance as they found the late man. That was beautiful. That came up high right off the face mask.
Well, it's encouraging if you're Elk River, like Coach Ben Gustafson, they got into the dot and actually kind of walked their way in and really had a pretty good look. That's something that's been a challenge for them so far this second period, but Grand Rapids just played a sound defensive second period. Elk River still had their opportunities, though, through a lot of hard work.
We've solved nothing, and the score is tied at 1. The temperature is cooling off a little bit here in Braemar Arena. We'll see if we address this issue with the ice. We'll keep our eye on that for you. Didn't change the score any. Some great stuff by guys dealing with a couple of circumstances, but it wasn't that bad, if you will. So we'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll have the third period for you. Elk River and Grand Rapids tied at 1. This is high school hockey on Let'sPlayHockey.com.
We've been dealing with the inconvenience of getting our skates sharpened at hockey shops for decades. Now, many of us have kids, and we're dealing with it all over again. Up until now, there hasn't been a piece of equipment that was safe, easy to use, and accurate to allow the hockey player to maintain their skates at the pro level at home on their own time with their own equipment. The Spark Skate Sharpener delivers to every player a piece of equipment that allows them to maintain their skates at peak performance every time they get on the ice.
If you don't have confidence in your skates and the edges that you have, you're not going to play the game that you're capable of playing. When I first heard home skate sharpener, yeah, I've heard of that before. You know, it's too hard, it's too big, it's too messy. All those things that I thought about when I think about skate sharpening at home. That's not what this machine is. You push a handle, you stick your skate in it, you push a button, and 2 minutes later you have a sharp skate. I think that it's just one of those things that people have lived with till now, because there was no other solution. To me, I think this is exciting because it changes all of that.
We taken the existing grinding technology that was out there and packaged it to be really a consumer product and a friendly product that's easy to use.
It has sliding guards that make sure that the skate is properly clamped and you can't get your fingers inside there. The only debris generated in our skate sharpener are the small particles of your skate blade. And for that, we collect those into a removable dust tray. And in addition, we have a HEPA filtration system. So it's very clean and it can be used throughout the house.
It's the last piece of equipment that isn't equal to the professional hockey player. Now that's fixed with Sparks. It's good for kids all the way up to high school players, to collegiate players, to pro players. It is a precision instrument that delivers a quality sharpening every single time.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short, sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
Hockey is huge in Minnesota. We live and breathe it year-round. We grew up learning how to skate, and our best memories were made playing outside in the open air. And to share that with your friends who love the game as much as you do is pretty special.
The camaraderie of a hockey team is unlike any other sport. It really doesn't get any better than rallying some buddies together, heading down to the local rink, and skating for hours. So you create a special bond with your teammates. You all hang out together, you see them every day, and in the end, you know every guy in that locker room is going to be there for you when you need it.
Oh, here we go. Oh, what a beauty.
Beauty is a loyal and respected teammate, someone that's going to have your back on and off the ice. They work hard and know how to have a good time. Through our bold and timeless products inspired by our past, we strive to celebrate hockey and the lifestyle that comes with it.
We want to unite hockey players, from vets to rookies and from old to young, around the game that we love.
Hockey is more than just a sport for us, it's a lifestyle.
We are between periods of our Let's Play Hockey.com High School Hockey Game of the Week, and we are honored to be joined by Des Christopher from the Goalie Club, and he is also the goalie coach at Shattuck St. Mary's. He has a long career playing the game professionally in Europe. He also was a member of the Minnesota State Mankato Mavericks. I better get that right, Des. And you've taken all of those experiences from your hometown of Calgary, Alberta, to Minnesota, and have been making a difference in goaltenders. So I want to welcome you aboard to our coverage. And can you tell us about the Goalie Club and what you get done with your organization?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Goalie Club, we started in 2002, primarily in Minnesota, where I'm based, and my partner was out of Michigan. We've since I've taken over the whole thing, and we train goalies all year long. The bulk of our work is done in the summertime with our boarding schools and our day camps, and we do private lessons and skill training and our holiday camp down here at Shattuck St. Mary's.
Now, you were mentioning to me earlier in the day that you really work on player-to-coach ratios and keeping them where kids are getting a lot of attention. Can you talk on that too?
Yeah, we found, when you work with a goalie or like in a team setting, it's generally one coach and one or two goalies. So we've delivered that into our camp setting, and it's worked real well, where you can get to know the kid and they get your trust, and we get to find out and fine-tune their game on more of a personal level.
Des has been at Shattuck St. Mary's since 2005, has seen goaltenders from around North America and the world for that matter, and I'm just curious to know if you've got different types of goalies, whether they're the Finns or the Swedes, the Canadians, the Americans. Have you been able to hone in on certain styles that you're seeing from around the globe?
Well, I think any real good coach takes a mixture of what they see from different styles and different nationalities and try and blend it in together. And I'm no different. I like what I see from the Finnish goalies, the Swedes, what the U.S. guys have done, and obviously with Carey Price taking over in his positional play, the Canadian goalies. So it's a mixed bag of things that we try and teach the kids and put it into their kind of game and their athleticism, and hone in on their positioning and their skill set, and that's what we tend to do.
If I'm a goaltender and a goaltender family, what can they expect? I mean, so when they come into one of your camps with the Goalie Club, which you can get at thegoalieclub.com, what do you want them to take away?
Well, they're going to get a vast amount of knowledge. My staff has been trained under me. We're one of the only programs where almost every coach that I have has trained through the Goalie Club, so they know my expectations, and we work together as a team, as a staff. We talk about the kids every day. We try and focus on what their needs are and what they're really good at, so we build their confidence that way. So the kids will come in, they'll have to work hard because we do a lot of second save opportunities, so they'll have to be able to work on puck placement and positioning and depth and angle, you name it, we're going over it, and it's in a way where we talk to the kids in a professional manner. We gain their respect and they gain ours. It's phenomenal.
I have spoken for a while here, and to any of our listeners with Des, he knows his position, he knows the game, he knows how to coach. I would recommend you check out everything at thegoalieclub.com. Can you also provide your number that people could call you at if they have further questions to attend your camps?
Yeah, I'm available most anytime if I'm not on the ice, and that's at 612-210-5944.
Des, thank you very much. We're going to continue with more high school hockey action on letsplayhockey.com.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short. Sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
We are between periods of the Edina Holiday Classic. Some great hockey going on at Braemar Arena. And we are honored to bring in our next partner from Room Roster, the senior sales manager, Matt Trenier. And he has a product many of you in the state of Minnesota may be familiar with, Room Roster Play, Stay, Connect. You can find them at roomroster.com. And what they offer are hotel solutions for tournament organizers and attendees. So, Matt, thanks for joining us here this evening, and looking forward to talking to you a little bit more about your product. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm well. Thanks for having me, Pete.
You bet, Matt. So why don't you tell us a little bit about Room Roster? What is it? How does it work? And if I'm a tournament organizer, I know there's plenty of them that are part of it that watch these broadcasts. What can they grab from this?
Yeah, absolutely. Pete, we've set sights on this about just over 3 years ago, and our bottom line goal here is to provide our partners a complete tournament management technology software. So it has the ability to streamline everything from registrations, their communication portals, sending out a text message, for example. We just launched in scheduling and scoring, which is very exciting for us, as well as what you mentioned earlier is meet all the needs of teams traveling and their hotel group blocks and individual reservations. So we have branded this to all our event organizers like Edina Minor Hockey and really try to streamline this solution to provide a great tournament experience for your team managers, your individual participants, and perhaps other fans and family coming into the event as well.
You're truly not a one-trick pony. So tell us a little bit more about how it all interacts, and there's actually ways that organizers make money by utilizing your product.
Yeah, that's a good point. We want to provide this software really at no cost to our tournament organizers through being their official booking agents, probably the best way to explain it, Pete. And what that does is, on our goal here is to provide those hotel rooms, getting those best group rates, negotiating those amenities, having good selection. And then what we'll actually do is provide a revenue share back to our tournament organizers with the understanding from those hotels. So it certainly can be a revenue generator opportunity. And as you can appreciate, our business model, we're subsidized through the hotels and sharing that with our tournament partners so that we can provide all this software and continue to enhance it for our tournament organizers.
So your group on the back end from a support perspective works closely with the tournaments themselves. Sometimes you handle the registration process, which in your case is ideal. And in other instances, you will work with the existing registration, and we know there's a lot of them, portals or whatever it may be, and you take the communication and that hard work out of the hands of the tournament organizer. Your organization takes care of that, captures all the data and the information, gets the hotel bookings. You're not chasing down your room nights and any of that stuff, and you don't even know what the numbers really are if you're a tournament organizer. So there's a lot of benefits to what you do that really helps the bottom line and deliver to the bottom line for these tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're taking the words there for sure right in my mouth. And at a high level, the common feedback we see are what are the biggest benefits? And I think it's definitely the user experience. We're enhancing that, making them much more engaged with the event. But the feedback on the efficiencies for a tournament organizer, what we're able to do, capture everything for them in a one-stop solution. But also we appreciate a lot of these non-for-profit tournament organizers, or we even have some professional ones like the Dallas Stars we work with. We want to create some revenue opportunities for them to use however they see fit for fundraisers, scholarships, that kind of areas.
And also, for those locally, you work, obviously you mentioned the Edina Hockey Association. You also work with Breakaway Hockey, Midwest Hockey Programs, the Gopher Classic Legion Baseball Tournament. I mean, just to name a few. Wisconsin Sports Services. You're very active. What's the best way for people to get a hold of you? Obviously, we've got the link for Room Roster on here. Is there a direct ability to get a hold of you, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate I can chat to anyone, even provide them a little demo just so they have a better understanding. But the best way is just pick up the phone, give me a shout, toll free, and my direct extension, 877-345-1752. My direct extension is 217, so that's 877-345-1752, extension 217. If you just even want to call into Room Roster, ask for a demo, we'll always accommodate that as well to give you a better understanding.
Service is really their name of the game. They work in the service business as well. They know what they're doing. Room Roster, play, stay, connect. High school hockey continues. Thanks a lot, Matt. We'll be back with more right after this.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short, sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
Welcome back to Braemar Arena. Along with Bart Archer, I'm Pete Wagner. Wow, what a third period we have in store for you right now. I don't know what to tell you. These two teams, this means a lot to the landscape, not only of where things will be going for this year. It's early, obviously. A lot of games have to be played, but goodness gracious, Bart, I mean, this really, these are state tournament-worthy teams we're talking about here.
Well, I think it's a really a tournament that we talked about it before. 4 of the top 6-7 teams, the top 4 teams out of the top 7 in the state are in this tournament, and we haven't been disappointed. I think Edina's been a pleasant surprise, but going into this game, Elk River, I think, is in kind of foreign territory right now, undefeated going into Saturday's contest, and if they win this, they're going to be the tournament champions, really. So they have something certainly legitimate to play for, but it's also the confidence beating a solid Elk River team. Elk River, I don't think, has really had a great amount of success here. They've always had good showings, but they'd certainly like to put a chink in the Thunderhawks' armor tonight, that's for sure. But no goals scored that period, no penalties that period. I think both teams have to be certainly defensively responsible. Going to be kind of tight to the vest, but it's going to be a continuation of the same. But it might be a muddy goal, but you just have to get shots on goal. Any shot at this juncture is a good shot on goal.
I would say this: it comes down to special teams and a potential mistake. You just got to be very careful.
Absolutely. You get the opportunity, you got to cash it in.
But not too cautious. 5-on-5 hockey, all of the second period essentially. And here into the third, we start 5-on-5, and on goal, stopped there by Myers as he keeps that out of the net.
Well, one thing Elk River did, took a page out of the Thunderhawks playbook, forced the play to the outside, but you have to be cognizant of the trailer. Sometimes they're the most dangerous players on the ice coming into the offensive zone, but a nice job of at least interrupting his stride. But once again, the Elk River goaltender, Myers, made a good save.
Puck will be rung to the right wing side, picked off there by Heen. He tries to go high, short side.
Oh.
The big pyramid front. Oh, my.
Well, that's 2 pretty good opportunities for Grand Rapids, but that one was a little bit more dramatic, actually. A better chance to score on that one. We're just 29 seconds in already. Grand Rapids has challenged Myers, the goaltender, twice.
So 16:31 shows on the clock, and the Thunderhawks have jumped out. And one of the things that Trent Klatt put down on the locker room board, one word last night, was compete. He wanted to see his team compete from start to finish.
Well, I think he's been pretty happy with their effort so far this whole tournament, not just tonight. But Trent Klatt is obviously a solid hockey guy, and he has the kids playing well. They love to play for him, and you can see that with their effort out on the ice.
Face-off win by the Thunderhawks again. Stefan is there. Oh, I thought that was from this angle. It looked like it was going in, as that was an opportunity there for Graber. Nick Perbix with it. Outlets to Michaelis. Wanted to go rink wide. One puck was picked off there, and that's going to be played back into the center ice area. Michaelis with it. Nifty pass to Horn, but that's stopped again by the defense. There's not a lot of real estate to work with here.
No, and there's not going to be for the rest of this period, I'm sure.
Steered aside by Myers. Left up for Mass as he turns it up ice. His pass was partially deflected. Creates enough trouble there. That was McLaughlin to make the play. Burnson was there. He's going to jump off and complete the chain. On comes Hain and Miller.
Oh, Perbix just
there.
nailed McLaughlin with a good legal shoulder.
That was absolutely textbook indeed. McLaughlin looking for someone to hit after that one. Now it's Anderson with it to the right wing side. They go back to Hain on the left. That gets past his stick as it hops it. Anderson's shot's blocked off the state of Michaelis. In on goal. That's turned aside. Now it's McLaughlin again. He walks the circle. He had Stampahar. He's got it wound up and ready to go, but no. They go down low to Hain. Swatted at, played to the line, but not out. Anderson, snapper that's blocked again by the defense. Going down to make that play was Boughton. Now it's Mass. He's going to play to the right wing for Michaelis. They're bottled up are the Elks. And the length of the ice it goes, and icing is the call.
Well, if you're Coach Ben Gustafson, you have to be a little bit concerned when you start icing the puck. It just seems like for the 2 minutes and 15 seconds that we played in this period, all the play has been down in the Elk River zone. They've done a pretty good job of keeping things to the outside, but great job of possession by this Thunderhawk team.
Great to see you, John, as a Greenway grad. Little replacement action for the games that were canceled against Rochester, Lourdes, and Breck due to weather. By the way, Jen says Grand Rapids Greenway 10U green team from our tournament in Hutchinson. Go Rapids. They're watching away here. Good to have you. There's a shot that goes up and out of play. You would believe how many teams that are on out-of-town tournament trips pull it up and watch these games. It's great. I'm so glad that everybody can do that.
Well, and not only pulling it up, but conversing with us, sending some messages to us.
We'd like to thank Michelle for putting up with me for watching hockey all weekend.
Oh, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you to Chris on my end for letting me do hockey out all weekend.
That's
She's
awesome.
a gem.
That's awesome.
That puck is deflected wide of the net. I think we know your pain.
Here we go.
Across the line. Jack Perbix with it. To the corner. Backing his way in was Bizal, but cut off by Heitkamp. Graber off the glass, pulled out of the air. Elks will transition back across the line as Jack Perbix was stood up on a nice shiver by the defense. Jack Bowman. Graber to the blue line. Swatted to an open wing. Picked up by Perbix. Nick Perbix across the line. Heitkamp has him measured. Perbix shrugs him off. Tried to go back door. Nothing doing there. Now it's going to be gathered in by the defense. That's Del Greco. Down low. Mischke was there. Now it's picked up by the Elks as they deflect that one in. Bounding puck off the end boards. Now it's Bowman. Checking him on the play. It's Lobbs. Back around it goes. They fish for change. And here's a shot from the high slot. Calmly from right to left in the glove is Stayskull.
Well, Logan Rogers actually took that shot. Puck rolled on him a little bit, so it was kind of a fluttering puck. Stayskull did a nice job like trying to hit a Wilbur Wood knuckleball. Not many people remember Wilbur Wood, but he did a nice job of tracking that puck. The
Wilbur
important thing,
Wood.
Yeah, that was way back.
That was, yeah.
All right, Phil Niekro, let's just go a little bit more current. But Elk River getting some offensive zone time, really forcing Grand Rapids to really make quick, efficient plays, making them a little uncomfortable. Good sign.
In on goal, I'll go Tim Wakefield to get it more current.
Nah, that'll work.
R.A. Dickey
But
You
Ben-
just don't.
Yeah, okay, Pete. There were a lot of
Hayne
other
was
options
there.
other than Will
Stamper.
Wood. I'm taking
The
care
one
of the.
guy-
I'm taking the mature
You're
audience
taking
out here.
care of the 90-year-olds.
Well.
Hayne with it, plays it rink wide. Up this ice come the Thunderhawks.
I'm showing off.
I know. That one goes through the goal mouth area. McLaughlin with a shot, that one wide. Hayne now from the right point, slides over as he puts a puck in. Trying to pull it off the short side, and there was Myers there to shut the door. Stampahar. His shot's blocked. Lots of block shots. Another one by the Elks. Both squads are giving it up here tonight defensively. By the way, the ice issue has cleared itself up. It feels like they've got a couple of doors open, and it's no longer even a considered factor here to close that loop for you. At center ice, it's going to be picked up by Nick Perbix. Slide steps one man. McLaughlin comes into him with a stick. Nothing's going to bother Nick Perbix, I can tell you that much. Now McLaughlin tries to submarine his way in on goal. Gets a little bit of support along the way there. That was Graber there. McLaughlin with the long shift. That's one of the things that Trent Klatt said, this top line will stay out a minute and a half, and it drives him crazy. He said because it's not going to work in the big times or the big games. You got to play your minute. He says you're still going to get the same ice time, guys.
Absolutely, but you can be more effective when you're out there. It's kind of 45 seconds and off. Beyond that, it's diminishing returns.
As Dave Terwilliger, one of our coaches at Edina in this tournament, says, strong shifts are good shifts. Now it's Murray with it from the circle. Shot, nice save by Stayskull. Came out and challenged. Nice job by the big goaltender. They'll leave off up to the blue line. There's a shot that's picked off and handled by Graber as he plays ahead for Steffen. Steffen races to the right wing side. He has Bernson trailing, but Mass too good defensively there with an angle. Bart, you mentioned him earlier in the broadcast of being kind of an unsungish type of guy that we don't say much about, but not only does he do great offensive things, it's defensive plays just like that.
Well, you almost take those types of players for granted. You just have to make mention of him because he does so many things well. And I'm sure as far as Ben Gustafson has faith in all of his defenders, but there's certain defenders that you just absolutely trust, and he's got to be considered in that class.
Benton Mass entered this tournament with 7 points. Number of players with 7 or more points on this Elk River team. Their depth and balance impressive. Meanwhile, Grand Rapids has seen 5 players carry much of their scoring load, but that first line of theirs is the best first line I've seen in high school hockey so far this year.
Yeah, no question about it.
Here come the Elks across the line. Defensive play there by the very effective Drake Anderson. Now it's a shot by Miller. Oh, that one had everybody on the edge of their seat, and the puck stays in play. Stampahar, nice pass to the right side. Back door they go. They can't quite find the man there, and it's going to be played back down the wing. Miller to the corner. Now Hayne will help along with McLaughlin behind the line. Comes up to the left point. Anderson sends a shot pass down to the goal mouth area. Doesn't get through. And now it's going to be Miller. Another dribbling puck that can't get through as there's legs and skates to kick that away. Larson plays back in behind the net. Now the Elks in possession. 10:22 to go in a nail-biter. At the line, Anderson picks off and walks it to the corner as he is forced wide. McLaughlin centers, nobody home. Mass is there to play to the line and back into the neutral zone. Couple of players will change for the Elks. They'll get 2. And now it's going to be Miller across the line. His shot was blocked. And here come the Elks back the other way. Cleared to center. Here's a fresh set of legs. Oh, and a nice play there by Miller to make the play. Now it's McLaughlin. Again, this is another longer shift, and you've got fresh legs out for the Elks. See if this plays into the whole concept here later on in the game. Mass with it. They get their forwards changed now. Ouch. How you feeling there? Heitkamp takes that right off the boot. Turn back up. Here they come with it. It's Graber. He'll work it across the line. 3-on-3, 3-on-4, but that one misses the mark. All the way up to the right wing boards as the Elks try to break it out, but instead it's the Thunderhawks in control. Bernson tries to swim around his man. Heitkamp pinches in. Nothing doing there. The puck will be played back down the line by Steffen, and it's going to be handled by the cool stick of Nick Perbix. He plays back up at center. That's off the stick of Logan Rogers, and back on the stick of Nick Perbix. Across center. 1-on-3. His snapshot's deflected wide of the net. Pillar to post here. Not a lot of whistles. Murray in control. Plays the puck off to the left wing. Snapper from the left side. Turned aside by Stayskull. Back behind the net. It's Bizal. He's watched on the play by Bowman. Played up high to the near side for Nick Perbix. Pulled the trigger back the other way. It doesn't hit the stealing, stays down. Now it's going to be Jack Perbix out front. That one nearly deflects its way toward the goal mouth. Now they're going to leave off for Jax Murray. Back in behind the net. Walk, shoots. Oh, it fought off of the blocker pad there.
Boy, he's still
Jax
tall
Murray
there.
once again. Big shot in on goal, and it's held on to squared up to the puck with Stejskal.
Well, I was getting a little concerned for Elk River. It just seemed like they were chasing play in their own zone. But once they got offensive zone time, they started to turn the screws onto Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids maintained their positional integrity, but you know, you look at what Myers did down there, constant battery. But here's the Micah Miller.
Look at this. Miller gives off to Hain, and he just pushed that one wide.
He doesn't misfire too many times. I'm sure he wants a mulligan on that one, but what a nice play by Miller to send it over at the proper time to give him a chance to put that puck in the net. And then Elk River comes back and answers with some good pressure of their own.
50-50 puck, great battle off the draw. It's going to be played around by Del Greco. From the right side, Stampahar quickly powers away from lobs as he carries.
Nice escape.
Very solid. Sent back up off the boards, and it's going to be picked up by Anderson. Stick got up and on him. Turnover. Here's a chance. Oh, and that one's pushed wide. They try to go off the back door there. Puck is played over to the left wing side. Mischke says, let's just ice it and get out of here. He does just that.
Well, sometimes you just need to kind of, as we said, hit the reset button, but boy, what an interesting opportunity for Tommy Lobbs. He almost pushed that one in, but Stejskal, I don't know how he did it, but he kept that puck out of the net. Face-off down into the Grand Rapids zone. We're just under 8 minutes left in the tie score. Regulation time in this third period, 1-1. Been a lot of action in front of the nets. Not the prime scoring opportunities, but both teams are defending quite well and vigorously.
This has been an absolute fantastic hockey game.
And we got a good one coming to look forward to as well.
A shot that's wide of the mark. Indeed we do. It'll be our 6th in 3 nights here on Let'sPlayHockey.com. Almost a third of our broadcast schedule because we go games of the week. We might mix a couple in here on if someone likes a game and we can put the sponsorship together on a Saturday. Sure, we'll come out, right?
That's a nice tease, P. Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
You got my interest.
Do you have the checkbook, Luther?
Always. I drop it and it bounces back up to me.
Oh, back at center, controlled by the Elks. Flip back into the zone. Waiting for it now is Stampahar. His pass fails to click, and icing will be your call.
Well, it wasn't really a bad idea. He actually had Hain and McLaughlin up there. So if they would have connected, they might have had numbers going the other way. But you have to take particular time to make sure that pass connects, because the last thing you want at this juncture of the game is a face-off in your own zone. But Grand Rapids been pretty successful in the face-off dot, but again, 50-50 face-offs.
Joshua watching from outstate instead of grading my papers. Thanks for the distraction. Squirrel.
I had no problem.
From the neutral zone now, it's going to be handled off the glass.
Squirrel.
I'm one of them. Cross the line, whatever that means.
Well, somebody
Down
says
low.
cookie.
Or chocolate. Or
there you go. Anything.
Wow, Bart Archer. Thanks for painting the picture.
Absolutely.
Here's a chance. Burnson in on goal. That one's deflected. Nice play by Foss to be there to take the angle. Now it's going to be Nick Perbix. Right wing. Here they come. Elk River. 1-1 late in this hockey game. Couldn't ask for anything more than what we're getting here from these two clubs at Braemar Arena. Terrific hockey. Tip of the cap, gentlemen. And it's controlled now by the Elks. That's deflected, no ice. That was off a Thunderhawk stick. And it's going to be Bowman with it. Going to play ahead. Now McLaughlin chips it to the middle, the oncoming Hain, and it'll be Myers to make the save.
Well, looks like the benches are getting a little bit shorter. Things are starting to get a little serious. Just 6:16 left, and a look at our sponsors.
Of course, among others, True Hockey Beauty Status, Sparks, the Room Roster, Mayo Clinic Sports Medicine, Gemini Athletic Wear. Don't forget to get the Official Adventures Player of the Game, Northland Hockey Group, among others.
Tough choice tonight, that's for sure.
I know, really. Where do you go with that? Oh, it's not going to be hard if there's a game winner, is there?
Correct. But again, we like to look past just the score sheet.
There's a shot. Look at Bart Archer.
Oh.
Try not to overthink it.
Which I always do anyway.
Sent to center. Nice
Here
play there. 2-on-1. Here come the Elks. Holding, shooting, scores! Oh, Jack Perbix spoon feeds Bizal for the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm going to have to look at the replay, Pete. But
12, 11.
Okay, you are correct. It was Bizal from Perbix, but what really a nice play. He got in deep. He had to look at him kind of challenge, and that's where when you go down, you leave yourself vulnerable. You do take away options, but you leave yourself vulnerable to be able to adjust. He showed some nice patience by working around that defender, getting it out front. And you can see it again, came in with numbers, and Bizal did a nice job of just skating his lane. But a nice feed right there, and it was. I thought it might have gone off State's ball, but
did he stay out of the crease?
Well, the puck was in the crease, so.
But he stayed out before it got there is what I'm getting at.
Well, they dropped the puck.
We're not in Toronto. We're good.
Right.
So 2-1 now, Elk River with the late goal. There's a snapshot that's deflected up over the netting.
Well, now Grand Rapids is in a position that's a little bit foreign to them, trying to play catch-up, just 5:22 left in regulation time. They certainly have the capabilities and the wherewithal to be able to punch it in, but the way Elk River is playing that stingy defense, it's not an easy task at hand, but they're certainly capable, but they have to kind of get moving a little bit. 5 minutes left against Elk River, a tall order, but they can certainly fill that prescription.
It's a terrific job there in the neutral zone to force that 2-on-1. Someone got on a stick, and that sprung it, and really good patience, good hands by Jack Perbix, the sophomore. I just can't say enough. Plays like a senior.
Oh, he's played outstanding tonight. And for Bizal, that's his 5th goal of the season, but what a big goal it was.
Bowman plays ahead for McLaughlin. Now it's Hain across the line. Quick shot taken there up high. Puck rolls down. Hain was not going to be denied to that puck. Got there. Oh, and McLaughlin had a chance off the post.
Boy, if you're defending against Grand Rapids, you really have to have your head on a swivel. They can quick strike very often. McLaughlin had almost a golden opportunity right there to tie this game up.
Heitkamp's going to give back over to the right wing side. Thunderhawks will take over. That was Stampahar to play, or check that Miller to play ahead. And now it's going to be Mass with it. Bizal was there, although momentarily it's picked up by Bowman and sent right back in. Elks will regroup. Left wing side. Look at that, just going east-west with the best of them. From center, it's sent back in behind the net. Anderson. Now it's going to be Stampahar, quickly ahead. Sent back in by Steffen, picked off by the Elks, who will regroup, playing with confidence in the lead. Now, the one thing about the Elks, they're not getting cute here. They're not going into chip and chase mode. They're going to maintain possession.
Well, no question. And this Elk River team is pretty stingy about giving up goals. Obviously, they gave up a 5 spot to Edina, but again, looking past that, they only had given up 3 goals against in, I think, 4 or 5 games going into last night's game. So this squad is certainly capable of playing shutdown defense. They're going to prove it right at this juncture. But Grand Rapids certainly looks like they're very motivated to get some heat on the net.
And back the other way they come. Michaelis with it. Nice poke check on the way there by Graber. Forces the turnover, but then another one back the other way. Out of the zone they come. Stampahar gathers his own puck back in and turns to the right. Nice pass to the left wing side. Steffen, oh, he had his man breaking on the give and go. Stampahar not afraid to jump up in the play, much like Drake Anderson. They're very active in the offensive flow along with Heitkamp from the blue line. Nice job, heavy stick there by Nick Perbix. Plays it to an open area. Bizal feeling it. Goes to the slot area, turned aside. Now Nick Perbix down low. Oh, Murray wanted to pull that in. Couldn't quite get the handle. Murray dangles the phone booth backhand. Oh, it goes up high. Handcuffs Stejskal, and it's played back through the zone, and icing will be the call. What an opportunity there.
Well, he just walked out, really kind of uncontested on that. Jax Murray's got some speed, so they showed him probably a little bit more respect. Got a pretty good backhand on it. Rebound kind of danced on Stejskal a little bit, and then it got a little trying for Grand Rapids. They sent it down the ice, face-off down to Stejskal's right. Just 2:58 left in regulation time. Elk River keeping the puck down in the Grand Rapids zone is a good plan of action to defend.
Indeed it is, as the puck is played back in behind the net. Now it's going to be Bizal, turned aside by Stejskal. Quick shot from the point, deflection, rebound. Oh, and a pad save. What a good recovery save there by Stejskal.
Well, it was a good initial save first, but as you said, the recovery save was very impressive.
Murray with it now, checked in the corner, 2:35 to go in the period. Keeping the Thunderhawks hemmed up on a great forecheck and a great shift. The Elks looking to finish here.
Just the tenacity.
Murray fights off Hain, protects the puck, takes a little whack to the side of the leg, doesn't
Here he goes
phase
again.
him. Dangles. Wow, what an opportunity by Murray, and Bowman says, get out of here. And Murray does not bite.
Well, it just seems like they stopped skating once Murray gets the puck, and that's not what Grand Rapids, you have to challenge him. They're giving him too much open space. He's getting right in between the hash marks, and that's something that Elk River really hasn't been able to do for a greater part of this game, but showing some vulnerability on the Grand Rapids side. A lot of play down in this Grand Rapids zone.
You know, Murray had a great game against Eden Prairie in the opener. Timeout will be called by Grand Rapids.
Not a bad call for Trent
he
Platt.
had a great deal there. And then yesterday, you'd think that would be the type of game that would really favor his style of game because he's so good in puck possession, moving, and in traffic. But Edina did such a good job of keeping him quiet.
Well, indeed. And I've said it before, and I get a little cliche sometimes, but when you possess the puck.
Like this.
When you possess the puck, other teams can't do anything offensively, obviously, and Edina just controlled the play and controlled the puck. So it really made it so guys like Murray couldn't possess or show their offensive skills.
But through his hands and his feet, he was able to create space against the Thunderhawks in this contest. Look at that, through traffic, and open up and get a good scoring chance.
Absolutely.
And it really resulted from work out of the corner.
And he's doing that
and
against some
chance.
pretty
Look at
quality
that
players. I like that. Just got the pillow out, extended it out. Heidkamp challenged him, knocked him down, and regrouped. But that's what you rely on your goaltender to make big saves. But the follow-up saves, that's just gravy right there. But we're going to get a look at the goal again. Just really, as you said, Pete, Jack Purvitt showed a really nice patience on that one. And again, it was bizarre.
Just threaded the needle around the wickets there, right?
Absolutely. You think they're a little fired up about that one? Absolutely. They deserve to be. That was really a textbook 2-on-1. I thought Grand Rapids did a nice job of defending on that, but when you go down on the ice to slide to take away that cross pass, you really it's hard to recover from that, and he just worked that over. But boy, we're 2:15 right now in the third period. Grand Rapids got to get moving here.
McLaughlin with it across center ice. They're going to go Patrick Waugh and pull the goaltender now.
Well, that's probably what they talked about on that timeout, but they've had, if they can establish possession, they're going to get probably a good look and really rely on, Elks are going to rely on Myers to make a big save before this one's done.
Drake Anderson at the line, looks to play it down. The Elks were there momentarily, but instead it's Hain. Now Miller. Stampahar poked off his stick, a shot. Oh, did that hit the post?
It didn't sound metallurgic. It sounded plasticky.
Maybe the stick.
Another mask or something, maybe?
Who knows? Now Miller with it. In on goal. Ooh, you can cut it with a knife here.
Absolutely.
Up off the glass. Anderson is there. Anderson will play it back down the wall. Strong sticks. Flipped up to the line and back into the neutral zone. 120. Handled now by the Thunderhawks as they play that one back in behind the net. Off the glass, up high in the air. It stays under the ceiling. Look out. Murray scores. Whoa! He rewards a great effort with an empty net goal to give his club a 3-1 lead.
Well, and that was a situation where they actually chipped it up and out of the zone. I thought it might have broached the roof, but they say play on. It was an onside play.
14 from 6.
He just forced Stampahar to commit. Really not much Stampahar could do to defend against that one. Just a nice patient play, but now it's 3-1. All is not lost. We've seen goals, Pete Wagner, through our many years of doing this in very brief moments of time. So if you're a Thunderhawk fan, keep the hopes up. But if you're an Elk River fan, you have to be proud of the effort that your team has displayed tonight.
Now it's going to be controlled by the Thunderhawks. So keep our eye on Stacekel, see if he stays or goes. Murray's not going to give him a choice. He walks it on goal to the backhand. Nice save by Stacekel. The rebound was there, but pushed to center.
Murray's a little hungry. Boy, he's all over the ice.
And it'll be at the neutral zone now with 37 to go. A 2-goal lead for Elk River. The big Section 7 AA matchup. If the Elks hang on to win, they'll be 2-1 in this. The Grand Rapids Thunderhawks will be 2-1. And we won't have any undefeated teams. Usually we see one.
Well, that's the beauty of this tournament and having great competition.
Graber in on goal, not so fast. Ooh.
Well, I was kind of wondering how much ice time senior defenseman Nick Purvix was going to see in the last 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and I don't think he's left the ice, and for good reason as it stands. you know, if you have an asset like that, a shutdown defender, you want to keep him out until that final buzzer sounds. He's played a whale of a game again tonight.
Face-off won by the Elks. Back to center ice it goes. We'll see if it's an icing call. Look at the wheels there. Wow. No icing on the
That's
play.
just
It's
hustle
hustling
right
in.
there.
That's beautiful work by Griffin Young. And he gets a mitt up in the face too as well. You know what? I gotta give the Elks a lot of credit. If they get a mitt or something up in the grill, there's nothing going on.
Well, and I appreciate that very much. One thing I've always said is don't talk to your adversaries and don't retaliate, because that's the only one that gets caught. There you see that trying moment for Elk River, but they weathered that storm as Grand Rapids put some good heat on in the waning moments. But it looks like we're going to get a penalty out of this to the Thunderhawks. I think they're going to take both. I think that would be the right thing to do. But
roughing.
Well, that's going to be Jack Bowman roughing.
He had that initial face wash behind the net.
You know, you're really not necessary, but you have to think frustrations coming in. Obviously, Grand Rapids hasn't been put in this position yet this year, but this is going to be good for development because they're going to, you know, take the focus off. Once you get to be undefeated, you start getting deep, and all of a sudden the focus gets put so much on that.
It becomes on the result.
Absolutely. Takes the onus off. Now they can just get back to playing successful Thunderhawk hockey again.
It's not the result, then it becomes the process. Look out, it gets caught up there, and the Elks said, we're out of here, we got to win. A big one for them. They rebound from their 5-0 loss to Edina yesterday. For the Thunderhawks, they'll leave the Holiday Classic 2-1. So will Elk River. And what a performance tonight by both of these teams. Wow.
Yeah, you really have to tap them both on the shins. I thought Grand Rapids so far has played a very consistent brand. You know, they gave up basically 2 goals with an empty netter, so defensively they were very, very sound. They just couldn't put the puck in the net, and I think that was more of praising the way Elk River defended, and obviously Myers in goal, than it is to, you know, because they had their opportunities. Because they had 22 shots going into this third period, so they were getting their opportunities, but they weren't great quality opportunities, and when they did, it just seemed like their goaltender, Benny Myers, the senior, came up big, as he's done so many times this weekend.
Well, you know what the difference in this hockey game was, really? It was one play. One really slick play by Jack Perbix by holding the puck as long as he could, finding the real estate and getting the job done.
Well, indeed, it was a joy to watch. And obviously these teams are very familiar with each other. Looking forward to sections if these two teams square off again. But there's a lot of history here, but a lot of mutual respect too, Pete. You know, they might not like each other a whole bunch, but I think they both respect what each school does offer.
Who's our official Adventures player of the game, Bart Archer?
Well, we're going to go with the game winner, and that's going to be Connor Bazell, even though, you know, there's a number of honorable mentions, but that was the definitive goal that really made that difference. But obviously Murray played a great game. You know, in where it stands, Jack Perbix played an outstanding game. Nick Perbix played well. Myers played well. It's a host of different characters, but we are going to go with the definitive goal, and that would be Connor Bazell. He really played a good game, so I'm not just saying it was that goal that really sent it over the top. He featured in a sound performance, but the definitive goal on the scoreboard belongs to that young man, so we're going to give him the player of the game.
There it is, Connor Bazell, our nice little Let's Play Hockey poster while you were talking. I was tweeting away.
I like that.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I was
You're a
listening
maven on the social networks.
I heard every word.
Yeah, sure you did.
Not quite. Well, Bart, once again, that's your final score. We're going to take a break. We'll be back at it at about 8:30 in about a half hour. The crosstown rivalry, the mother of all rivalries, Edina and Eden Prairie. Well, maybe the second
in
only
the
to
cities.
this one.
In the cities.
I'd say second only to this one. I mean, with the Eastern Grand Rapids.
A little Cloquet and Duluth and
for the region
a lot of good ones.
For the region we're officially stationed in, we can go there.
Perfect qualifier. I like that.
Thank you very much, Bart. Once again, your final score, Elk River 3, Grand Rapids 1. For Bart Archer, I'm Pete Wagner. So long, everybody.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short, sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
in between periods of the Let's Play Hockey Game of the Week, and we're joined by True Hockey's Jason Kasuris. You are a part of a company that is a growing hockey equipment manufacturer, and you have some great stuff. Jason, can you tell us a little bit about your company and how it's growing?
Well, essentially, we've been in the hockey market for a very long time, actually, close to 16 years. But we haven't been branded as True. We've been building hockey sticks for multiple other manufacturers, pretty much any of the manufacturers that are out today, and have actually come and gone. But we've been building their sticks, just labeling them with their logos and everything like that. But about 3 years ago, we decided, hey, let's build our own brand. Let's stop making for others and really be innovative. We want to bring products to the market that still stay traditional to the hockey consumer, but with added perks, with added technology that's going to improve the product, improve the player. So with that, we've kept in the sticks. We've now introduced a glove line in our Z Palm offerings that you can change out the palms to increase performance, but also change the durability aspects. There's multiple different things that you can look at with our gloves. We will be introducing pants in 2017. Also, just as a growth aspect, we just recently last week announced the purchase of VH footwear. So we are getting into skates. We're growing the brand as much as we possibly can, but we're doing it strategically. It's not where we're just bringing everything all at once and trying to flood the market with all of our equipment. We want to be innovative. That's our biggest thing. We want to be a high-end company that looks at ways to make a player better, make our products better, not just be a Me Too company.
Well, and I think the important component is that you were the technology behind a lot of the, quote, brand name sticks, but now you are the brand and the technology, and I think that's important for the consumer to know. And then the second aspect is the innovation of your products from the palms. I mean, I know as a hockey parent, one of the most frustrating things is you buy a kid a pair of gloves, and within a year they're worn out because the knob is just taken out one of the hands, and you got to start over again. But you have a solution to that, which can allow you to keep those gloves, and you just replace the palms, correct?
Correct. And like I said, it can be treated. I look at it as three different ways. So with that palm completely zipping out, you can look at it as a durability aspect. So a year down the road, the top hand blows out or anything like that. You can just go in. You don't have to buy a new pair of gloves. You don't have to take it into a repair shop and get a completely different feel to the glove or anything like that. It's just a matter of going into your local dealer that has the palm offerings and change it out, and you have the exact same feeling glove and just go from there. The other aspect is we have 5 different options in palms. So we have all different performance aspects. We have a durable palm in our Z Power. We have our standard is a great palm as well. We have our Z Fit that is a very, very soft feeling, very thin feeling. We have a Z Pro that a lot of the NHL players, it's a very thin, ultra feel palm. And then we have our Z Grip, which is a tackified grip that really helps with the grip of the stick. So that's another attribute. The third attribute is the dryability of the gloves. A lot of the issues with gloves is they stink, quite honestly. Mm-hmm. And to get any sprays into a glove or anything like that, you can't really get into the fingertips of a glove to kill any of that bacteria. So now what you can actually do is you can unzip that palm and take it off, spray the whole glove down, and then dry it out. And it works unbelievably great.
That's amazing stuff. It is.
I mean, it is. And the other nice thing too is, I use the example as I played in a pond hockey tournament last winter I used these gloves. It was 45 degrees out, so it was extremely warm. We were essentially skating in puddles.
Swimming, yeah.
And the gloves got extremely wet in the one game, and I had another game that I had to go to in 15 minutes. So I just zipped out the palm, put a new palm in, dry gloves, ready to go. So, I mean, it definitely works for, you know, what it's intended to, and it improves the playability of the gloves. It also improves the overall performance of the gloves for the players.
You can find their information at true-hockey.com, and you can also get it in local stores. Jason, if you wouldn't mind, outline to us where we can find your product in stores in the Twin Cities area.
Twin Cities area, Hockey Central and Blaine, Dave's Sports Shops, Strauss, General Sports, just to name a few, Total Hockey's as well. We're definitely growing brand, and we're building that dealer base as much as possible. Even if you can't find it at any of the dealers, more than likely we've had contact with them, and they should be able to order something from us. So.
And it won't hurt to ask for True Hockey brands, too, at your local dealer if they're not there. You can also purchase your product online, too. Is that correct, at various online sporting good hockey stores as well?
Correct. We're in all the major online dealers as well.
Perfect. Jason, thank you so much. And once again, that is true-hockey.com. We're going to take a quick time out. We're going to return back to high school hockey action, the Let's Play Hockey Game of the Week.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
We are between periods of the Let's Play Hockey.com Game of the Week, and we are pleased to be joined by Kelly Meza, the owner of Goodwood Hockey, and she has a great product. Kelly, thanks for joining us between periods here today. And can you tell us a little bit about your company? I know it's an apparel company, but how did it all get started?
Sure, thanks for having me. Actually, we just started, and it was a quick start. Last year at about this time, I was just having a really difficult time finding hockey-related apparel for my kids for Christmas, and in passing, my husband kind of offered up the suggestion that I should start my own company. And at the time, I was a medical consultant for a pharmaceutical company, thought it might be a good side business, and the stars kind of aligned. I left the company that I'd worked for many years and started this full-time just the summer of 2016, so we're just a few months old.
And how's it been going for you? You've got a really unique product line, which I like, is different from anything else I've seen.
So thanks so much for that, and it's going really well, and I think that where we're different, there's a lot of great Minnesota-based hockey apparel companies out there, but I think the direction and the focus that I'd like to head is for the whole family and for the whole country, and actually even expanding maybe into Canada or Europe in the future. But instead of just focusing on adult wear or men's wear, we have a line just for girls that are similar designs to any kind of gender-neutral design, but with a more feminine cut garment. We focused on trying to source all of our garments from U.S. manufacturers whenever possible. And so we have something for everybody, whether you are a hockey player or a hockey fan. We have items, clothing, and accessories for just about anybody who loves hockey.
And we're talking at the individual and team level too, correct?
So right now we do individual levels, although we have provided the same shirt for all the team members on certain teams if they request that. We don't do team-specific wear at this time, but that doesn't mean we're not open to that in the future.
Your website is goodwoodhockey.com. I'm looking at it right now in your Holiday Shop 2016. You've got everything from tees to long-sleeve tees to great baseball hats to winter caps to everything. So do you have particular large sellers? You also have baby apparel, too, which you don't see much of.
We do. We just started with our baby apparel. We have several styles that are start at a 2T, and that includes a Zamboni or an ice cleaner design that's actually hand sketched by a Florida-based artist, and
It's
then
really
we
impressive.
transferred it
It's
to
cool.
a garment. Thank you. She actually drew that with a pencil. And then
Wow.
for the holiday shirt, we branched into infant sizes, starting as little as 3 to 6 months. It's had a great response, and we look forward to providing more options as we move along here.
No, seriously, on that Zamboni shirt, and this is part of what's unique about what you do. Little kids love the Zamboni. I was one of them. If I were a little guy and was or a girl and able to get that shirt, I would wear it religiously. You got to check it out on goodwoodhockey.com. Click shop, and I think that's just an automatic, natural gift. You've got a lot of really good-looking stuff on here. So
thanks so much.
You
a lot
bet.
of those styles have matching big people versions as well. So there's a big version of the ice cleaner for dads or moms or big brothers or sisters as well.
Well, it's a fascinating piece for sure. So
Thank you.
is there any other way to get a hold of you from a shopping perspective, or is the best way to go on goodwoodhockey.com?
The best way to go is goodwoodhockey.com. We were fortunate to be a part of the holiday boutique at US Bank Stadium a few weeks ago, and we will happily be a vendor at the Let's Play Hockey Expo this spring. And online is the best way to get me, and I am a direct line by email at service@goodwoodhockey.com. You get me personally at that email. That's service@goodwoodhockey.com. And we're also available on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Goodwood Hockey.
Kelly, thank you very much. That's goodwoodhockey.com. We'll return to the rink with more action of the Let's Play Hockey Game of the Week.
Hockey is huge in Minnesota. We live and breathe it year-round. We grew up learning how to skate, and our best memories were made playing outside in the open air. And to share that with your friends who love the game as much as you do is pretty special.
The camaraderie of a hockey team is unlike any other sport. It really doesn't get any better than rallying some buddies together, heading down to the local rink, and skating for hours. So you create a special bond with your teammates. You all hang out together, you see them every day, and in the end, you know every guy in that locker room is going to be there for you when you need it.
Oh, here we go. Oh, what a beauty.
Beauty is a loyal and respected teammate, someone that's going to have your back on and off the ice. They work hard and know how to have a good time. Through our bold and timeless products inspired by our past, we strive to celebrate hockey and the lifestyle that comes with it.
We want to unite hockey players, from vets to rookies and from old to young, around the game that we love.
Hockey is more than just a sport for us, it's a lifestyle.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go for round number 6. The Edina Holiday Classic featuring the Edina Hornets and the Eden Prairie Eagles along with Bart Archer and Pete Wagner. So great to have you on board as the crowd is beginning to funnel in here.
Yeah, and you can feel the intensity just build and build and build. Eden Prairie sporting, fashioning some new uniforms today.
Made by Gemini Athletic Wear.
Absolutely. Best in the business. Garrett McKay goaltending, tending goal for the Edina Hornets. He's actually turned into pretty strong performance, especially last night pitching a shutout.
Ben Brinkman, of course, will be on the blue line, joined by the freshman, get this, Jake Boltman. Sam Walker will start up front with Bram Shear and Matt Rosman. So, Bart, I was talking with the Elk River coaching staff, and one of the things I told them is they did not get goaded into anything. And one of the assistant coaches goes, oh, tell him that, the head coach, because that was a key component to what they want. And it's something that you harp on a lot in the games and talk a lot about. And I think it's really important to, when you get into big games, you can't let situations become bigger than you.
Well, no, I think a good rule of thumb is just you don't retaliate from checks or infractions. And don't communicate with anybody but your line mates and your own team. I don't think it really behooves you to show your emotions to your opponent. It's just leave that to a subject for them to worry about. Focus on the task at hand. I thought Elk River did a very mature job of that, very solid discipline of their emotions. Boy, people are filing in. Very deliberate, fashionably
here
late.
they all come. You know, I'm looking for the alumni sections, and I'm not seeing. I got to get onto these Eden Prairie sweaters. Chris Bonvino, right when I think he's done with his creative juices, they continue to flow because he comes up with another one over there at Gemini Athletic Wear. I like the cursive on the front, kind of an old school feel. Again, back on the block letters for me. Really easy to read from the upper perches here at Braemar Arena.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know why you thought Chris Bonvino would ever be done, but he's always working, always doing something productive.
You could run out of options is what I'm saying, and we're underway here from Braemar Arena. Great to have you on board on Let'sPlayHockey.com, a full schedule of games coming up throughout the entire season, every Thursday night and a couple of select Fridays or Saturdays along the way as well. Eagles in their now gray sweaters with black, red, and white trim. Hornets in their familiar white, green, and gold as it's Shear to watch it over the line as the Eagles will regroup with it on the puck. From center, there's a check thrown there by Rosman. That was on Hartle. And Shear, the Colorado College-bound senior, plays that one, but it's poked back in by the Eagles. The Eagles are going to be ornery. They're 0-2 in this three-game set, and they're not going to take it laying down. Lesko takes the body. It's going to be Irwin to take over for Eden Prairie. He works at D-to-D with Deraney. Back over off the stick of Irwin. He's bumped on the play by the Hornets. That was Mason Nevers. Oh, and a big check on Brakeman. Welcome aboard. We're playing hockey tonight against former teammate Jack Jensen. Now it's Shear who gathers that in, plays ahead, back up through center ice. Crosby is there. Now the Hornets with a big win yesterday, 5-0 against Elk River. Bart, the Eagles tired of losing 2 in a row here at this, and are going to come out with a purpose, no question.
Yeah, and I think they proved that early on. They're taking the body to Edina, putting their heads on a swivel, really making them uncomfortable. I think that's a nice plan by Lee Smith coming out of the gate early with energy.
Stood up on the play, working his way down the wall. That was Nevers. Now they're going to pinch in from the line. There's Johnson trying to make the play. Luke Johnson there for the Hornets. They'll send that back in to flex off the stick of Jet Jungles, who had a pair of markers last night. Now it's Pager to play ahead, picked up on the move. That's a speedy Jake Olson. He gets away from one man. That's Vorlik. He shot. That one's whistled over the top of the goal as Mackay was there, but that thing was past him before it was up off the glass.
Yeah, absolutely. It not only caromed off the goal and the glass, but it went up and hit the roof as well. But really some good speed by Jake Olson. That's not a surprise to anybody that's watched him play this weekend. But he did catch Edina kind of by surprise and worked his speed around, got a pretty good look on that. But Eden Prairie, as you said, is focused and motivated. Very dangerous situation for the Edina Hornets.
On goal, Mackay the save, the rebound. The Eagles swarm the net. There's a shot from out on the point by Deraney. Middlestad is checked, forcing the tempo. Johannes loses the handle, fights his way back onto it. He has Middlestad open down low in the corner. Now it's swatted at there by Jake Boltman. Middlestad says, keep swinging, I'm going to carry the puck. Now he runs into a check there from the oncoming Evan Shoemaker. Johannes up to the point. Deraney shot, blocker pad save Mackay. Lakowiak is there. Ferocious start by the Eagles. We haven't seen him play this way in the 3 games we've called, this being the 4th yet, Bart Archer. I'm not kidding.
Well, this is a pretty hard pace to keep up, but so far so good. Edina's weathering the storm relatively well.
Stay tuned to that. And the thing that we've said about the Hornets in their 2 games against Grand Rapids and Elk River, they've been able to absolutely maintain and have the pace of game they want. But right now, this is something Eden Prairie's inflicting. It's impressive. Down low, and that's over the top of the goal with a great chance there. Jensen comes away with it. Sullivan was there. That's sent by an Eagle stick the length of the ice. Shear and Irwin, he better hurry because he's going to get a knuckle sandwich here, like I said. And now they'll battle for the puck, and Shearer comes out with it. That's picked off at the line, fanned on there by Eden Prairie. And it's going to be sent back up to the point. Vorlicke from Walker, that's through traffic, and the carom will be gathered in by Ryan Lesko through center. Off the stick of Johnson. Now Vorlicke to the corner, jammed on the wall by Sullivan. They look to the left wing side, touch pass for Walker. He gets it from Shearer. And the puck from the slot area gathered in by Johnson. Puts on the brakes. Quick outlet to the left wing side. Shearer has a man with him. He's going to gain center instead and play it in deep. Walker and the rest of the crew get to the bench. Shearer will stay on from the far side. That will make it down for an icing. 13:09, Bart, to go, no score.
Well, this is about as impressive a start of a hockey game as I've seen in a long period of time. Obviously, Lee Smith had his players ready to play. They came out and inflicted their will quite well. They got a lot of number of opportunities, but Garrett Mackay, the junior goaltender for Edina, helped them weather the storm. Now Edina finally getting possession of the puck and starting to kind of work back into this game, but Eden Prairie's just been a firestorm so far.
Well, you know, Lee Smith is a close personal. And after the game, he was less than pleased last night with his club. Puck is played off the boards, and I tried to give him a little bit of, hey, well, maybe that was because you're missing your best defenseman, one of the best defensemen in the league. He didn't want to hear it, didn't care.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. But Lee Smith, he's a very proud coach, and he has a great program going on. Obviously, a little bit frustrated the way his team played, but they came to play tonight.
Luther plays deep, Moon to forecheck. He's working on his man, that's Shoe in the corner, who plays that up to the right wing side. They'll play it back through, no high stick, or are they going to call a high stick? Well, or an ice?
Well, I actually both. I think it would.
That's an ice. That was.
Yep. They're going to bring it all the way down. Johannes having some words with young Jake Boltman, but Boltman would be best served to follow Elk River's page out of their book and just have the discipline. You don't need to communicate with any of the opposing players, but Johannes is one to kind of bring emotion to the game. He likes to stir it up a little bit, but that's his brand. He's pretty good at it too.
Crosby spades in the circle with Middlestat as the puck's played into the center ice area. That's Boltman to play in, or check that, Brinkman rather. Hartle with it, watched by Jungles. Right wing on the breakout, he can move. Here comes Middlestat. And offside was Johannes, just about a step ahead of the pace there.
Well, that was a nice challenge by Brinkman at the blue line. Middlestat had some speed, but he just walked with him along that blue line. Johannes snuck in, hence the whistle. But, you know, Edina's got a freshman and a sophomore as their primary 1-2 defensive pairings, and they look really comfortable out there. Obviously, they have some things they have to take care of, but they don't look out of place whatsoever. Very calm and cool for youngsters.
Now it's going to be handled and sent back up through the center ice area. That's off the skates and offside the call.
Well, that's going to happen. There's going to be times in this game where there's going to be a 5-minute flow without whistles, and then there's going to be stages of this game where there's going to be a whistle every 10-20 seconds, but you just have to regroup and get after it. We're about 5 minutes into this contest. Eden Prairie obviously with about 3 golden opportunities. Edina yet to get their first chance on Winesec.
They jostle for the puck. And at the line, it's picked off and handled now by Luke Johnson. Sidesteps a would-be checker, but the puck hits a pair of wickets on Hartle. And here comes Nolan Sullivan on an angle. Boy, if they play like this in these gray sweaters, they can wear those at home and on the road.
They're going to wear them to bed.
Crosby with speed across the line. Pushes that one wide of the net.
Broken stick, Eden Prairie defender.
Chance in front. Oh, he holds it, shoots. Winsek extends the pads. A golden opportunity for Mason Nevers.
Boy, he showed pretty good patience to actually try to draw him out and go far side on that one.
High off the glass. Back behind the Edina net it goes. Nevers checked by Middlestat, who pushes it back behind for Vorlicke, right corner. Vorlicke around for Nevers. He better hurry because here comes Middlestat. Flips to center. That's picked up by Pager as he gives back off to Irwin, who plays off the boards for Blakowiak. Now it's Middlestat. Across the line, drop pass, that over the top of the goal. Now it's going to be Vorlicke plays ahead. Stick there by Rosman. Now Walker can scoot. Left wing side, Shear in on goal. The look. Oh, that one wide of the cage. He had the glove hand side of Winsek, just missed there. Now it's going to be handled by Middlestat. Dangling, and he pulls the goalie one way, goes the other and wide. Blakowiak, Johannes now from the right circle down low. Scores! Oh, what a play!
Well, Edina couldn't corral that puck up, and it was Hunter Johannes, and Blakowiak actually paid the price on that one, but Johannes saw Middlestad put the puck in his skates, but athletic as ever. There you
11-27.
There you see good work right
I'll
there.
turn that one down
It's
next time,
hit
Archer.
pretty hard, but this is a nice play by Johannes. Just chipped the puck over. Nice play by Middlestad to chip the puck forward with his skate. Go misdirection on that one and put it into the wide open goal. Mackay really didn't have much of a chance on that one. Eden Prairie gets rewarded for a lot of hard effort. They take a 1-0 lead. Just 5 minutes and 32 seconds into this. Or 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
If you thought this Eagle team was going to say, well, let's just quietly go away here, we're feeling sorry for ourselves.
Yeah. Well,
that's not necessarily the case.
Edina has a very young team. It'll be interesting to see how they respond to this challenge, being as emotional as they are right now.
That one goes off the paddle of the goaltender. Mackay. They'll poke the puck loose. Walker is there. Behind the net, they'll walk out to the side, short side. Shearer with it now. He'll bump ahead for Walker. Walker for the Hornets across the line for Shearer. Gets shallow angle, muscles his way to the net. That one knocked off its post, and a great chance there. Rosman working his way in as well.
Well, Edina really likes that zone entry on the left side when Bram Shearer's on the ice. He works his edges. He goes to the net as well as really anybody. You know, he does get his opportunities. He's got to get those shots on goal, but that time he decided to bring it to the net. Had some support out front, but Weinsack did a nice job of keeping that puck out, face off to his left, but Shearer with another strong shift.
Back behind the net it goes. Played back up to the left wing side. Protected there by Green as he plays it around. The Hornets work the forecheck on the Eagles. Tough exit out of the zone. They can't quite get there. Nice job to come across to help with the support for the Hornets. It's Max Borst. Borst will get the puck low from Shoemaker. Shallow angle. Shoemaker to the front. That one dribbles away. And the Hornets will play back in behind the net. Shoemaker now. Pinned up against the wall by Shoe. Someone's going to have to come in and help out. A pair of players from each, one from each team come now. And it's going to be pulled out of there. Nice play by Swanson. He stood up by his shoulder, but then there's Shoemaker to help out. Oh, that rolls through the slot area. And here come the Eagles back the other way. Crane with it, plays it back in behind the Edina net. That's Mackay to play it away from traffic. Roble will step up and handle the puck. He looks, doesn't have much there. Quickly gives to Vorlicki. Nice pass through the neutral zone. And it's Jungles on the move. Jungles down low. He had a man going to the net. Penalty coming up. Off the ice goes Mackay, and the Eagles touch the puck. We'll see the Hornet power play for the first time here tonight.
Yeah, that might not be a bad penalty by Sam Pager, the sophomore defenseman. Kind of a trying time for Eden Prairie's Edina. Won a couple battles along the wall in a physical sense, which is a pleasant surprise, I'm sure, for Coach Kurt Giles. The way that Eden Prairie's been turning up the physical game, Edina answering back, and they get a power play as a benefit to that. But what a great opportunity for this Hornets. Hornets have been perpetually slow starters on the power play, always solid on the penalty kill, but looking to improve upon those numbers right here.
Sam Pager gets a hooking penalty, 8:25 to go. Now it's Brinkman. He had an incredible goal. Two of them actually last night. One of them was a short side shelf. Glove side is incredible.
A little bar down action.
Now it's Shearer with it, carries it deep with a high tempo on the puck. Plays over for Walker. Walker up high to Brinkman. He's going to get it back from Johnson. Now it's Walker, a shot, stick save, Winsick square to the puck.
Oh, there's going to be a penalty again. I think Eden Prairie's starting to the wheels are wobbling on their discipline right now. But Edina's moving their feet, making things happen, working the puck around. Eden Prairie just uses a stick penalty. Boy, not really what the doctor ordered. Puts themselves behind the 8-ball. We'll have to see who it is, and I think that's going to be Hartle. Tommy Hartle, the senior defenseman. Going to be a high stick on that one. 5-on-3. What a great opportunity for Edina to get back into this. But again, this Eden Prairie squad can defend quite well. But even being down 2 men, Edina's still going to have to be sound defensively, but they'll get some opportunities. I think they're going to rely on Weinsick to make a couple pretty nice saves.
Are we in the cliche-free zone or no?
Well, no, not yet.
Your best penalty killer has to be your goaltender right now, 5-on-3.
So you blended right in.
Cross it off. Off the glass, Eagles with the all-important face-off in possession. That's a big one there as they clear at the length of the ice. It'll be a 1:17 from this point on, a 5-on-3. Luke Johnson waits for his players to swing. Now he's going to play to the right wing side for Walker across the line. Angles through traffic, puts on the brakes. Walker up for Brinkman. Now it's Luke Johnson back for Brinkman. He's got the missile, lets a shot go. That's turned aside. Now Walker again. Brinkman, no shot there. Johnson shoots. That one misses the mark off the end boards. Puck will be sent the length of the ice on the ring, and Mackay will play back up the ice for Brinkman, who will calmly regroup in his own zone with 40 to go in the period, or in the power play, 5-on-3. Brinkman back up ice. A little connection there on the line, but nobody home there as Crosby ran into an Eagle player. Here comes Middlestat. Mackay will have to hurry. Quickly plays it into the bench area, the one-man wrecking crew. Middlestat, but he turns it over. Now it's going to be Walker across the line. Walker, he's going to be a University of Minnesota teammate of Middlestat's as well. A little preview with all these players out here. There's a wrist shot through traffic that fails to click. 6:40 to go in the period, 5 to go in the 5-on-3. They try to force that through a redirect. Oh, and that one goes just wide. Now it's 5-on-4 for 32 seconds. Walker's shot in the midsection and held on with Bo Luther squared up in front of the net.
Well, that's a mirror image of the power play goal that they scored last night against Elk River. Tried to go to the well, but Wensick did a nice job of going side to side on that. You know, 5-on-3, Edina might have had possession, but they really didn't get in tight or get that good quality look that they wanted. They have 28 more seconds of the penalty to Hartle, but Eden Prairie's doing a really stout job of defending so far and really forcing Edina to stay on the periphery. Edina wants to get in, but they're trying to cross ice passes, but the busy sticks and positioning is keeping that from happening. Nice job by Eden Prairie so far.
Face-off controlled, 24 to go. Now it's Swanson with it. Turns away from some trouble from Pager. Back to the corner. Now it's Shoemaker with 15 to go in the 5-on-4. They have a man down low. They send a pass through traffic. Shoemaker follows it up. Doesn't get through. Quick pass back for Johnson. Left side for Brinkman. Holds it and shoots. There's a shot. Puck rolls free. That hits traffic in front. Hartle steps on the ice. What a job by the Eagles to kill off that penalty. Back behind the net to the corner it goes. It's going to be Brinkman to swing it back for Johnson. Pulls back up to the left wing side. Sends a long pass. That's off the stick. Nice work there to keep it alive by Borst. Now it's going to be Hartle. Or check, that's Duraney. Leaves off to the open wing, and that would be to the Hornets. That's Brock Boltman to play it to the corner. Pinching hard from the line are the Hornets. That's Jake Boltman. Instead, it's Nolan Sullivan, and offside at the line.
Well, that was Jensen. Edina in a vulnerable spot, but Moon came back to cover on that as the Edina Hornets pinch, so they had 3-on-2 coming the other way, but just a little bit of a stagger at the blue line sent the Eden Prairie Eagle in, face-off outside the zone. But you're right, Pete, that was an outstanding penalty kill. Textbook if you really want to get down to it, and how Eden Prairie really dismantled a pretty good power play by Edina. They just didn't get the look they wanted.
Eagles off the draw. Mackay steers to the corner. He's so far played all of Edina's games at this juncture.
Well, he's a good quality goaltender.
Goalie coach Josh Harding, of course, working with these goalies. He took over for Don Beaupre. I saw him here today. He said it's been 4 years since he's been at the helm. Can you believe it?
Doesn't seem like
I
it's
said,
been
doesn't
that long.
feel right. He said 4 years, and I just shuddered. Middlestat.
Here we go.
Play by Crosby, 3-on-2 through center. They can skate. Crosby holds it, backdoor shot. Oh, and that one was stopped there by Winsick as he had Rossman in the slot. Rossman up for Crosby. That one deflected up off the netting. This line has been really good in transition all weekend.
Yeah, indeed they have. In fact, that's been one of the many bright spots that we've seen, but they show good speed. They work well together, and their spacing is actually pretty solid. You don't want to get too close, otherwise you get to be too easy to defend. But they have been challenging each team this year, and Eden Prairie got challenged on that one, but they rose to that occasion. That puck deflected off the Edina banner face-off to Weinzek's right.
Now it's going to be Walker with it. Bothered on the play. Handled up from the right side by Vorlicki down to the corner for Scheer. Shearer with it. Now he loses it. Middlestat. And then he in turn turns it over. Walker in front nearly pulled the trigger and a whistle on the play. Yeah, after that torrid start, Bart, the Hornets have been able to kind of settle that down. A big goal for the Eagles, but 5-on-3 certainly helped.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to weather the storm. I mean, they came out with such serious energy and a lot of will, and they turned up their physical game. Really got Edina kind of back on their heels, but Edina responded pretty well for a young team. I thought they actually handled it with some maturity, and when they needed to, Mackay came up big to keep them in the game, and I think Edina's finally kind of got their anxieties out. They got their legs about them, and they're starting to challenge.
Vorlicki from center, bothered by Johannes in front of the bench area there. Pager will play that one back into the Edina zone. Lakowiak kicks it to the corner. He's run into by Vorlicki, and he knows it. He looked right at the ref. A very dangerous hit there.
Well, as long as Blakowiak gets up and he doesn't look any worse for the wear, but boy, what a great opportunity for Eden Prairie. Eden Prairie with a formidable power play just over the 30% mark. Edina penalty kill pretty solid as well. I'm sure Vorlicki would like to have that one back. That's going to be a cross-check, and I think he was a little gracious on that one. But just kind of could be a potential. It wasn't malicious or anything in that respect. Didn't send the crowd in angst.
Pretty tough.
But yeah, it's hard to kind of pull back to his defense, but nonetheless, you still have to do it.
Well, you're going in on a battle on a puck, and the player turns on you, and you're already making contact, and then they lose an edge. The right call is you make a call, and it's a 2-minute as opposed to the whole deal.
I don't doubt the call at all. I just kind of
or the play.
No, right.
Jensen up for Middlestat. Middlestat will send a shot through. That hits Sullivan on its way in. Jensen comes away with it. Back up to Middlestat. One-timer. Nice pad save. Ooh, he had to get over there in a hurry.
He anticipated that quite well. Good side to side.
Sullivan now pulls it out of traffic. Looks back up to the right side for Jensen, but nice job by Walker to say, I'm going to give you some heat here, and he did. Back behind, they're going to ring it hard. Shearer will take the puck, can't get it through. Nice pinch by Blakowiak, and they'll flip that one up. Look out! Into the stands.
Well, we're getting to be kind of full in the rafters, but there you see the shot, and that's from Delaney. Good shot, but good side to side by Mackay. He knew that one was coming, and he went and squared with the shooter, took away the high percentage shots, but Edina kind of getting a little in here in their defense. You can see almost a straight line of defenders. That means there's a lot of open ice for Eden Prairie to work.
Key to that save is Mackay gets there quickly, but he has the stick on the ice because he needed it to make the save. Picked off by Jungles. He's going to raise ahead, try to get away from Middlestat, who had the angle. Eagles on the power play for another 1:10. Middlestat puts on the brakes as he turns away from traffic, protects up to the blue line. Casey Middlestat back over for Jensen. Down low for Sullivan. Back up for Middlestat. Now it's Sullivan. Quick touch pass. Jensen, who he had the short side, didn't like his angle. Walks up, continues to protect the puck. Backdoor for Sullivan. He has some room. Oh, Mackay had his foot on it. That was awfully close to working its way in. And the whistle blows and the sticks get up.
Well, there's one thing you can't do against Eden Prairie, and that's check the puck. You have to take the man. You have to block out. Nice job by Mackay to keep his integrity on that post, but pretty heads-up play to try to bank it off the goaltender because he really didn't have an outlet or an option in that respect, so might as well throw it on goal and let his teammates go to work with their spades and shovels, but kept it out of the net. 43 seconds left in the penalty to Vorlicki of Edina.
Shovel-ready jobs right there in the Edina zone.
We're ready to go.
Boy, remember that was the term of the day?
Yes.
Never came off the racks. Back behind the net it goes, swung around the wall. Shearer gets a nice stick on that to alleviate the pressure. Middlestat will regroup. Now, they used to have Johannes retrieving these pucks. Now they got Middlestat because Nicky Lieberman being out of the lineup is usually their key puck retrieval guy.
You are correct. Edina just got away with one. Middlestat was stripped by Shearer and they didn't call it. Not a bad non-call, but just a little bit surprised.
Now it's Jensen turns away from Johnson. The Eagles in possession with 12 to go in the man advantage. Now it's Sullivan. Tight quarters shot. Oh, off the side of the goal. Jensen, shallow angle, couldn't find the mark. Delaney up to Middlestat. Plays down low for Jensen. The Hornets are at full strength. They're going to send Vorlicki to the box and quickly get their man on. Sullivan, Johannes, Johnson, and Walker in the corner. Sullivan comes out with the puck. He has sticks all over him. And now it's going to be Jensen with it. Bothered on the play. Plays to the corner. Johannes is there. Off a Hornet stick. Look out. Here they go. Back up ice. That's going to be Nevers there. Headman's quick pass for Shear. His shot was blocked off a shoe skate. And it's going to be held, put along the wall by Olsen. Guided, if you will. And played back over to the left wing side. Shear plays back in behind the net. Oh, they try to go to Crosby down, trolling toward the goal mouth area. Didn't get through. Now the Hornets control out of that muck and play it back over to Jungles from the right wing side. Behind the net for Crosby. Jungles to the front of the net, off his skate, quick hands, and a big save by Winsek.
Wow, that was a really nice play by Jungles to even get that shot on goal. Nice work down low by Crosby to even get that puck out into that scoring area. But that's the what I was referring to. It looked like he was going for the puck, caught the skates, non-call, play on. But Edina doing some good job of putting some pressure on in tight against Winsek. Edina seems to be starting to kind of get involved in this. It's almost getting to be 50-50 as far as the scoring chance trade-offs. Obviously the penalty didn't bode well for Edina, but
Lakowiak now takes the carom and plays ahead, poked by the Hornets, and now it's Nevers across the line. His shot in on goal. Mason Nevers, through 3 games as a sophomore, has shown more and more confidence on the puck in creation and scoring chances like that.
Well, if you're a young player on a team, an established team like the Edina Hornets, you want to contribute. You know, it doesn't have to be in the score sheet. You just want to contribute. But once you actually are part of a scoring play, you feel like you're a little bit more involved and your investment's a little greater. But, you know, we root for Nevers, but he's had 2 assists in the last 2 games, so looking to build on that tonight.
Smart player indeed.
I wonder where he gets that from, huh?
Don't know. There's no genes going on there.
Oh.
Nolan Sullivan, we've watched him for years, and he is having a heck of a game here tonight. He's had a great start to the season for the Eagles. A leader for this team for years.
Well, I think he always turns into solid effort. I think he's guilty of high expectations where if he doesn't score his 2 or 3 goals, people think he had a bad game, but he contributes in other fashions as well.
Pager with a shot in on goal. Nice save by Mackay.
Well, Lesko in there kind of mucking it up a little bit. That's one thing that Edina is going to get plenty of opportunity to practice controlling their emotions. Just after the whistle stuff, you don't need to get involved in that. But I understand it because hockey's an emotional game and sometimes frustration to the bleed in. But, you know, a little conversation, move on. 14 seconds left in this first period. Offensive zone face-off for Eden Prairie. Great opportunity for them.
Sullivan, Walker on the draw. 12 to go. Mackay needed to make a save there. Back behind the net it goes. Johnson hit hard there, but the Hornets clear the line, and that will force the Eagles just to regroup and swallow it up back behind their own net. First time they've led here in this Holiday Classic, and it's after 1-0 over the Edina Hornets.
Well, I think Coach Lee Smith has to feel pretty good about how his team started and finished this period. If you're Coach Kurt Giles, you weathered the storm, you're down by 1 good shot. So going into the locker room, I think the coaches are just going to get them refocused and come out for some more fun in the second period. Should be a good one.
Indeed it will. We'll take a timeout. High school hockey continues right here on Let'sPlayHockey.com.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered. With 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
We are between periods of our Let'sPlayHockey.com high school hockey game of the week, and we are honored to be joined by Des Christopher from the Goalie Club, and he is also the goalie coach at Shattuck St. Mary's. He has a long career playing the game professionally in Europe. He also was a member of the Minnesota State Mankato Mavericks. I better get that right, Des. And you've taken all of those experiences from your hometown of Calgary, Alberta, to Minnesota and have been making a difference in goaltenders. So I want to welcome you aboard to our coverage. And can you tell us about the Goalie Club and what you get done with your organization?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Goalie Club, we started in 2002, primarily in Minnesota, where I'm based, and my partner was out of Michigan. We've since I've taken over the whole thing, and we train goalies all year long. The bulk of our work is done in the summertime with our boarding schools and our day camps, and we do private lessons and skill training in our holiday camp down here at Shattuck St. Mary's.
Now, you were mentioning to me earlier in the day that you really work on player-to-coach ratios and keeping them where kids are getting a lot of attention. Can you talk on that too?
Yeah, we found, when you work with a goalie or like in a team setting, it's generally one coach and one or two goalies. So we've delivered that into our camp setting, and it's worked real well, where you can get to know the kid and they get your trust, and we get to find out and fine tune their game on more of a personal level.
Des has been at Shattuck St. Mary's since 2005, has seen goaltenders from around North America and the world for that matter. And I'm just curious to know if you've got different types of goalies, whether they're the Finns or the Swedes, the Canadians, the Americans. Have you been able to hone in on certain styles that you're seeing from around the globe?
Well, I think any real good coach takes a mixture of what they see from different styles and different nationalities and try and blend it in together. And I'm no different. I like what I see from the Finnish goalies, the Swedes, what the U.S. guys have done, and obviously with Carey Price taking over in his positional play, the Canadian goalies. So it's a mixed bag of things that we try and teach the kids and put it into their kind of game and their athleticism, and hone in on their positioning and their skill set, and that's what we tend to do.
If I'm a goaltender and a goaltender family, what can they expect? I mean, so when they come into one of your camps with the Goalie Club, which you can get at thegoalieclub.com, what do you want them to take away?
Well, they're going to get a vast amount of knowledge. My staff has been trained under me. We're one of the only programs where almost every coach that I have has trained through the Goalie Club, so they know my expectations, and we work together as a team, as a staff. We talk about the kids every day. We try and focus on what their needs are and what they're really good at, so we build their confidence that way. So the kids will come in, they'll have to work hard because we do a lot of second save opportunities, so they'll have to be able to work on puck placement and positioning and depth and angle, you name it, we're going over it, and it's in a way where we talk to the kids in a professional manner. We gain their respect and they gain ours. It's phenomenal.
I have spoken for a while here, and to any of our listeners with Des, he knows his position, he knows the game, he knows how to coach. I would recommend you check out everything at thegoalieclub.com. Can you also provide your number that people could call you at if they have further questions to attend your camps?
Yeah, I'm available most anytime if I'm not on the ice, and that's at 612-210-5944.
Des, thank you very much. We're going to continue with more high school hockey action on Let'sPlayHockey.com.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short. Sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
We've been dealing with the inconvenience of getting our skate sharpened at hockey shops for decades. Now, many of us have kids, and we're dealing with it all over again. Up until now, there hasn't been a piece of equipment that was safe, easy to use, and accurate to allow the hockey player to maintain their skates at the pro level at home on their own time with their own equipment. The Spark Skate Sharpener delivers to every player a piece of equipment that allows them to maintain their skates at peak performance every time they get on the ice.
If you don't have confidence in your skates and the edges that you have, you're not going to play the game that you're capable of playing. When I first heard home skate sharpener, yeah, I've heard of that before. You know, it's too hard, it's too big, it's too messy. All those things that I thought about when I think about skate sharpening at home, that's not what this machine is. You push a handle, you stick your skate in it, you push a button, and 2 minutes later you have a sharp skate. I think that it's just one of those things that people have lived with till now, because there was no other solution. To me, I think this is exciting because it changes all of that.
We taken the existing grinding technology that was out there and packaged it to be really a consumer product and a friendly product that's easy to use.
It has sliding guards that make sure that the skate is properly clamped and you can't get your fingers inside there. The only debris generated in our skate sharpener are the small particles of your skate blade, and for that we collect those into a removable dust tray, and in addition we have a HEPA filtration system, so it's very clean and it can be used throughout the house.
It's the last piece of equipment that isn't equal to the professional hockey player. Now that's fixed with Sparks. It's good for kids all the way up to high school players, to collegiate players, to pro players. It is a precision instrument that delivers a quality sharpening every single time.
We are between periods of the Edina Holiday Classic. Some great hockey going on at Braemar Arena, and we are honored to bring in our next partner from Room Roster, the Senior Sales Manager, Matt Trenier, and he has a product many of you in the state of Minnesota may be familiar with, Room Roster Play, Stay, Connect. You can find them at roomroster.com, and what they offer are hotel solutions for tournament organizers and attendees. So, Matt, thanks for joining us here this evening, and looking forward to talking to you a little bit more about your product. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm well. Thanks for having me, Pete.
You bet, Matt. So why don't you tell us a little bit about Room Roster? What is it? How does it work? And if I'm a tournament organizer, I know there's plenty of them that are part of it that watch these broadcasts. What can they grab from this?
Yeah, absolutely. Pete, we've set sights on this about just over 3 years ago, and our bottom line goal here is to provide our partners a complete tournament management technology software. So it has the ability to streamline everything from registrations, their communication portals, sending out a text message, for example. We just launched in scheduling and scoring, which is very exciting for us, as well as what you mentioned earlier is meet all the needs of teams traveling and their hotel group blocks and individual reservations. So we have branded this to all our event organizers like Edina Minor Hockey and really try to streamline this solution to provide a great tournament experience for your team managers, your individual participants, and perhaps other fans and family coming into the event as well.
You're truly not a one-trick pony. So tell us a little bit more about how it all interacts, and there's actually ways that organizers make money by utilizing your product.
Yeah, that's a good point. We want to provide this software really at no cost to our tournament organizers through being their official booking agents, probably the best way to explain it, Pete. And what that does is, on our goal here is to provide those hotel rooms, getting those best group rates, negotiating those amenities, having good selection. And then what we'll actually do is provide a revenue share back to our tournament organizers with the understanding from those hotels. So it certainly can be a revenue generator opportunity. And as you can appreciate, our business model, we're subsidized through the hotels and sharing that with our tournament partners so that we can provide all this software and continue to enhance it for our tournament organizers.
So your group on the back end from a support perspective works closely with the tournaments themselves. Sometimes you handle the registration process, which in your case is ideal. And in other instances, you will work with the existing registration, and we know there's a lot of them, portals or whatever it may be, and you take the communication and that hard work out of the hands of the tournament organizer. Your organization takes care of that, captures all the data and the information, gets the hotel bookings. You're not chasing down your room nights and any of that stuff, and you don't even know what the numbers really are if you're a tournament organizer. So there's a lot of benefits to what you do that really helps the bottom line and deliver to the bottom line for these tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're taking the words there for sure right out of my mouth. And at a high level, the common feedback we see are what are the biggest benefits? And I think it's definitely the user experience. We're enhancing that, making them much more engaged with the event. But the feedback on the efficiencies for a tournament organizer, what we're able to do, capture everything for them in a one-stop solution. But also we appreciate a lot of these non-for-profit tournament organizers, or we even have some professional ones like the Dallas Stars we work with. We want to create some revenue opportunities for them to use however they see fit for fundraisers, scholarships, that kind of areas.
And also, for those locally, you work, obviously you mentioned the Edina Hockey Association. You also work with Breakaway Hockey, Midwest Hockey Programs, the Gopher Classic Legion Baseball Tournament. I mean, just to name a few. Wisconsin Sports Services, you're very active. What's the best way for people to get a hold of you? Obviously, we've got the link for Room Roster on here. Is there a direct ability to get a hold of you, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate I can chat to anyone, even provide them a little demo just so they have a better understanding. But the best way is just pick up the phone, give me a shout, toll free, and my direct extension, 877-345-1752. My direct extension is 217, so that's 877-345-1752, extension 217. If you just even want to call into room roster, ask for a demo, we'll always accommodate that as well to give you a better understanding.
Service is really their name of the game. They work in the service business as well. They know what they're doing. Room roster, play, stay, connect. High school hockey continues. Thanks a lot, Matt. We'll be back with more right after this.
We are AAA hockey players. The Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short, sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
We welcome you back to Braemar Arena. I got to tell you, Brett Michaels, can you hear us up there, our producer? Well, Brett Johnson, actually, but his stage name here with us is Brett Michaels.
Right.
Getting lots of compliments from your work up there. He's doing a terrific job.
As always.
Nick Kennedy working the social media back in the home office, along with Kevin Kurt, of course, our editor on the newspaper side of things, owner Brian Zolman from Let's Play Hockey making it happen. And Bart, I almost feel in a weird way this weekend with just the sheer quantity of viewers we've had and the quality of play. It feels like 2006 all over again.
Yeah, and indeed it does, setting new precedents. Quick recap of first period scoring. Middlestead is 5th from Johannes at 6:31 shots on goal. Eden Prairie 10, Edina 8.
Shout out to Jack Jensen, your cousins, and Uncle Jeff. Love you. Go Eagles.
Right on.
They have the 1-0 lead here in the second period early on. We're 5-on-5 once again. The foot race. Johannes with the big long strides. Couldn't get there. Almost got there.
Well, I'd have to say Mr. Jensen has to be pretty proud of the way Jack's been playing, just a sophomore, but he's playing like a grizzled veteran out there. Edina not shy about putting pressure on Eden Prairie. Ices the puck, relieve a little pressure right now. Early in this second period, Edina looks a little bit more calm. Eden Prairie looks a little bit more subdued, but kind of leveled the playing field a little bit. But Eden Prairie came out like such a house of fire that first period. It's hard to match that coming into the second.
I would say it's fair to say the Hornets did weather the storm.
Indeed they did.
Shearer was in on the draw against Sullivan. It's pulled back into the corner now as Walker comes together with Hartle. Shearer is there. Walker kicks to Shearer off the end wall. A little stick work there by Walker. Hartle said, "How's she going?" with a little return flavor. Now it's Lesko across the line. And it's going to be Brinkman to ring the wall. By the way, Craig Johnson's team is playing well up in the Roseau Tournament, the Edina Pee Wee edition. They are either in the VFW or he's apparently working the local talent in the VFW from what I've heard.
Well, that's not unusual, is it?
No, but thanks for joining us over the weekend here. It's been great bringing home here in the Twin Cities back to you up in Roseau, Minnesota. Nothing like Memorial Coliseum, huh? Or Memorial Arena, it's just great up there.
I love the tradition as well.
Hornets across the line now. Crosby played back into the corner. Pager was there. And it's going to be held in at the line. Middlestat comes away with it. Turns this one up ice. He has 3 Hornets staring him down. Instead gives back over to Pager. Johannes is there. He's going to now give it a go and slice through the neutral zone. With speed to the outside, loses the handle. Stick save, Mackay. Nice job by Johannes to create there through traffic.
Well, he really did. He actually gained some speed through the neutral zone, used the blue line, walked the blue line across. They forced him to the outside, which is good, but he sent it out front. And Mackay did a nice job of putting his stick in front because there was support by an Eagle on that far side. Face off to his right, 15-19 in the second period.
Back in on Mackay. He's going to hang on.
Yeah, that was a pretty good shot by Johannes, about a foot and a half off the ice, but Mackay went down on his pads and received that in his glove, held onto it. But he made that look pretty easy. That was a pretty good shot by Johannes.
Another face-off win. The Eagles have been real good there. Shot on goal, save, rebound, scores! All off a draw. Beautiful work by the Eagles. They get the rebound and Barrie for the 2-0 lead.
Well, you tempt fate too many times, giving Eden Prairie too many offensive zone faceoffs, and with their success, they got that puck back to Sam Pager, and it was a dangerous shot from our perspective because it was along the ice and it seemed to find its way through. And,
11 from 3.
11 from 3. So that's going to be Middlestead with a second goal of the game, 6th of the season, but what a big goal it was. But it all started with Pager's shot. You don't have to take the big windup. It doesn't have to pick the upper quarter. It just has to get to the net and let the forwards like Middlestead do the work. That's exactly what they did. Eden Prairie 2-goal advantage. Edina's got to answer.
That was really, really numbers down low. 2 Eagles with a shot at that puck against 1 Hornet defenseman. Great job there by Eden Prairie to take the 2-0 lead. 15:03 to go in the second period. There's a shot steered up and out of play by Mackay.
At least Mackay got a chance to touch the puck after that. I don't think he's going to waver on his confidence. He's actually played quite strong. Seen a couple shots already this period. Looks pretty comfortable, but Eden Prairie has to feel pretty good about their game right now.
Sullivan to take the draw. Not against Shoemaker. Ooh, big rebound gobbled up there by Mackay. Had to be quick as he sprawled to pull it in.
Well, and then they attack the goal, so you have to protect your goaltender. You have to lock on your edges and really kind of be stout defensively. You can't let them get that free shot at your goaltender before the whistle. Another offensive zone face-off for Eden Prairie.
Walker and Sullivan. Look at Sullivan's about turned at a right angle there, and they're letting it happen.
Yeah,
no,
they're toss them both.
I mean, if he turned anymore, he'd have been standing at Sam Walker's tee.
Lesko and Shearer on the
classic. Here comes Walker now through center. Plays that inside out on Duraney. Back behind the net. Rosman was there. Duraney with it. Walker wins that battle. Hustles down the puck with some serious fervor. Back down the wing for Shearer. Now it's Duraney checked by Walker. Shearer is there. Now Sullivan supports. Rosman picks it off momentarily. Tries to keep it alive, but Sullivan does a nice job to snuff him out. Now it's chipped back over to Walker. Gets it from Shearer, and Walker will play this one across the line. Shearer guides it to the corner. He's going to come together with Duraney, who plays it high off the glass. Drops right onto the stick of the Eagles, and now it's Sullivan back the other way. Sullivan with it. Loses it back behind the Edina net. They lead 2-0 early on in the second period. 1 goal in the first, another one by Middlestead here in the second. Off a Sam Pager shot from the blue line. Now Sullivan will chip that one back into the Edina zone. Brinkman's pass hits a pair of skates. It's picked up by Pager and sent right back into the Edina zone for Brinkman. Brinkman puts on the brakes. He's going to guide it along for Shearer, who, touches over. Absolute savagery. Hustling after that loose puck is Grain. Now it's picked up by the Eagles from the corner. Pager open at the left point, sends it down low. Grain pulls a stick. Great shift here by the Eagles. Irwin is there, and the puck is poked to safety. And the Hornets will step up with it. Now here comes Crosby across the line. He's got Luther with him. That shot deflects up and out of play.
Well, Crosby with some good speed. I don't know if he knew that he had that support on that side, but he actually skated to where his teammate was, really limited his options in that respect. But got a pretty good shot, but it was more of the busy stick by the Eden Prairie defense, and I think it was Pager that actually did that, ramped it up and out of play, and then the conversation started in front. But Edina showed some pretty good puck movement skills, but Eden Prairie always seems to be right there to answer. Eden Prairie not giving Edina a lot of space to move.
Face-off win by the Eagles. They got to be rolling at about 70% here with face-offs.
Yeah, they're dominating the dot so far, and you can tell by the puck possession time as well.
Pulled out of the phone booth, shot off the mask of Mackay. He stays down low. Nice solid scramble there, and this is a classic Edina Eden Prairie game. Little pleasantries, a lot of guys going to nets hard, highly contested.
Well, obviously both programs have a lot of respect for each other. That doesn't mean they have to like each other a whole bunch, but obviously very familiar. But what Edina's got to do is they just have to play positionally a little better. They're chasing the play. They're playing on the wrong side of the puck right now. They have to protect their goaltender and move everything out. Right now they're trying to defend kind of the without really positioning, and it's been a challenge for them.
Walker off the face-off behind his own net. Now it's going to be the Eagles that look to work to safety. Walker comes away with it through center with speed. Right wing side for Rosman, stood up on the play. Shearer is there. Oh, took a tough hit there, and the helmet was absolutely rattled. Now it's Sullivan. Comes together with Vorlicki. Sullivan really wanted to invite that contact, created some space. Sullivan behind the net. There's a shot. Mackay playing this period mostly on his knees.
Yeah, he's had a lot of attacks from a lot of different angles. He's just trying to take away the high percentage shots.
Rosman was offside there.
Well, Edina a little bit better positioning in their own zone, forcing everything to the outside, but Eden Prairie still has that skill to get the puck in tight. So you really have to be aware of where everybody is on the ice, not just the Middlesteads, not just the Sullivans, but there's a lot of guys in the black or gray sweaters that can play. Edina's doing a decent job, but certainly room for improvement. Edina just looks like a little bit different team last night. Eden Prairie spacing is quite good, so they're really defending the whole surface of the ice, and I think that's a little different than what Edina saw last night.
There's a turnover down low. They had Crosby in front. Here comes Grain out of the zone looking for Olsen. That fails to click. And at the line, it's going to be Nevers to make a play. Somehow Crosby gets a stick on it, but Olsen's going to race out of the zone.
He's got wheels.
The difference is this is a team that's bringing the tempo to Edina.
Well, a good challenge by Edina at the blue line. I know I say the word challenge quite a bit, but that's what this is tonight. Is just a series of different one-on-one battles and situational battles. And Edina, if they can use that blue line as a line of defense, they can step up. And Edina's responsible enough forward-wise to have them come back and cover. So I think it bodes well for Edina to use that blue line as a challenge. But you can't just be too stout up there, because Eden Prairie will dump it in and they have the speed to go get the puck then too. So fine line you have to walk.
Good to see Bob Gibbons dialed in here.
All right, Bob.
Cleaning up a little housekeeping, a little on-air production meeting there with him.
Well, now it's complete. Now that Bob's with us.
Johanna's shot is blocked. There's a backhand scores!
That's a hat trick right there. That's a hat trick right there. That was an unbelievable shot. That's a backhand glove side upper corner where the crossbar meets the post. I'd like to see that one again on video. That's just something.
11-9-27.
Yeah, Blakowiak and Johannes on the assist. But watch that.
11-9-27.
Right, and I just think that it was a Edina goaltender Mackay that I don't think he really saw that off the stick, but that's the benefit of the backhands and those quick hands of Casey Middlestead. I think that puck was by him before he was able to react. That's just a goal scorer's goal. 3-0 Casey Middlestead over the Edina Hornets right now in the second period.
You couldn't throw it in that place better than what he just did.
No, that's just perfect.
Steered out of there by Mackay. 3 straight. Casey Middlestead.
And when I said it was Middlestead 3, Edina nothing, obviously that was surely in jest. It's more than just Casey Middlestead out there. The play of his line mates, the play of his teammates actually affords him those opportunities. But boy, not many people can bury that shot from the backhand, from the far side hash or the inside left side hash. But you have to feel for Mackay. He's really done everything that they've asked him to do. He's just got beat by a couple good shots and a little bit of traffic. But Edina is now in the position that they had Elk River in yesterday, where they're going to have to start taking some chances. And the consequence of that is if you start floating people in, Eden Prairie's going to come back on some odd man rushes like Edina did to Elk River last night. Oh, no. Somebody threw a hat on the ice.
It's okay to throw it on the ice, but the wrong time.
Right on.
At the line of the neutral zone it goes. Boy, that ref, he didn't see the hat. What if he backs right into that?
Well, that's part of the consequence.
He just
I mean,
saw
seriously.
it right
Oh, you're not going to get it back, young man. Jeez Louise. Learn a life lesson right now.
Oh, Bart Archer going with parenting.
I just can't stop. Once you're a parent, you just can't turn the switch off, I guess. But kids will be kids. A lot of people out here, a lot of them youngsters, and this is really kind of the neat thing about this tournament is a lot of youngsters from different communities can come watch some high and high school talent, kind of lets them dream a little bit, use their imagination, maybe give them a goal to achieve, and maybe in a couple of years we'll be calling their names as well.
In front of the bench as it goes, and it's going to be handled, turned away. Jake Boltman with it. I've been thoroughly impressed with this Eden Prairie tempo from start to finish here. I mean, this is the quickest tempo anybody's brought with intensity of any game.
Especially that first 5 minutes. It was almost impossible to keep that pace against this Edina team, but you're right, Pete. They've really been very consistent with their tempo, too. There haven't been a lot of lulls, and when they have a pretty good goaltender to kind of stem the tide from the Edina attack.
Brinkman through center to the left wing side for Jungles. He's hit on the play by Jensen. Up to the point it goes. There's a wrist shot. Pad save. Steered aside by Winsek. Crosby to the goal mouth area. Turned aside by Irwin. And it's going to be Sullivan to send one in. Mackay steers to the left. Jensen didn't have anywhere to go with it. Turned it over. Picked off at the line by Middlestead. And now it's going to be Crosby. Crosby gets away from one check. Ooh. Nice submarine there, down to the goal mouth area. Johannes with it back the other way. Fire wagon hockey here from Braemar Arena. That one gets through. They look for Middlestead. Boy, he's got 3 right now, and it's about halfway over.
He's just getting hungry. I don't think
Vetch trick, look out.
Yeah, I don't think his appetite's quite been quenched.
In on goal, and that's handled by Mackay.
Well, I think that shot by Edina, as far as Jake Boltman, might have been their first shot on goal, and that was at about the 8 minute mark. So it just shows how well Eden Prairie's been not only defending but possessing the puck as well. Jerry Burrow exiting the facility, the legend.
Well, I guess Jerry Burrow. We've been graced by the legend. Shearer with it. Shot, save, rebound. Nice save again by Winsek, and the net knocked off as they went to the net with authority.
Well, it was a good shot by Shearer, but then he went for the follow-up, and Duraney did a nice job to really impede his progress toward the net. Net comes off the moorings. Never happens here, but really want to kind of express really a good follow-up play by Duraney to hang with that and really disallow Shearer to go in and get that follow-up opportunity, because Eden Prairie was vulnerable at that time, and that hasn't happened too often. Those are the little plays that don't show up in the box score that mean so much to your team.
They are. They're the subtleties of the game, Bart Archer.
Absolutely.
Another face-off win by the Eagles. Hornets forced to go into defensive posture because of it. Walker, now Duraney for the Eagles. Sullivan tries to find Lesko. He does in stride. Who has an open angle. That's a shot. Save. Rebound. Mackay stretches it out and comes over from left to right to make just a fine play there.
Yeah, indeed he did. And he's had to do that a couple times. In fact, Edina's defense, as well as they played last night and even the night before, they've left him vulnerable on a couple of occasions. It could be probably 4 or 5 to nothing if it weren't for good quality goaltending by the young junior. Net off the moorings down on the south side. Face off now to Mackay's right. 8:14, middle of the second period. We're at about the halfway point, and obviously Eden Prairie has all the advantage in really most of the boxes, but Edina's competing. They're out making things happen. It's just Eden Prairie's the better team so far tonight.
Both teams 4-2 entering this contest, playing their 7th of the campaign. 25-game regular season. We'll get all the Schwann's Cups and the various tournaments coming up in another week or so, week and a half. Then we start to really dial it in January, and then you and I start to have fun in February and March.
Absolutely.
Huh? And then you spend your time golfing, waiting for the next season. Goes that fast.
That's the plan anyway. It doesn't always work out that way, though.
Swanson will guide it in for the Hornets, back behind the net. Shoemaker and Duraney converge. Jensen is there. Swanson as well. Out front, that gets away from Crosby. There's a shot by Roble that fails to click.
Boy, Winesek didn't see that.
It hit him, so that's a positional save there. Credit in there. Sullivan with a good decision, rink wide for Benson, and they're offside on the left wing side.
Well, Pete, one thing that's unique about this tournament as well is you get 3 games in 3 nights against 3 pretty solid opponents. But, you know, when does, I know they're young physically, I'm not worried about that so much, but does mental fatigue really creep into this? I was looking for that last game, and I don't think I really saw any fatigue out of Grand Rapids or the Elks at that point, so I don't think it's an issue here, but it is certainly food for thought, you know, playing, you know, they are taxing themselves, they're working awful hard, and then to come back the next night and then the night after that, we'll see if it holds true, if they have a residual energy in the third period as well.
Nope. Sent back into the zone. Bart, why don't you give the email account for Bob Gibbons, who'd like to know what it is. The announcer's at what, PSB Media?
PSBmedia.com.
Now it's going to be Grain with it. Plays it to the right wing side.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Brett.
And it's going to be once again handled by the Hornets down low. It'll be rung up to the left wing side as Edina will try to find some space. Irwin puts the body on Jungles. Pager at center. That's off the stick of Nevers. Familiarity between these two teams is absolutely insane from District 6, from Squirts, all the way up through now.
I was going to say, yeah, they come up from the younger levels all the way up. That's what kind of makes it a little bit special on Saturday night at Braemar during this tournament.
Brinkman dangled. Oh, no, and then he kicks the stick. He's going to go.
Well, it's just those little things that that are going to have to be kind of ironed out, but those are some of the things that come up when you have a young team. It's
too many men, Edina.
Oh, too many men.
Too many men.
Okay.
I thought kicking the stick away is really no different than shooting a guy's stick.
Well, again, a penalty's a penalty, but that's what I thought as well. I didn't see the too many men, but it's going to be Ben Brinkman that's going to actually serve the penalty, which is kind of a tough thing. Well,
no, he's talking about being brought down.
Okay.
He felt there's a penalty coming up, and
I was going to say there might be a better choice to put in the box than Ben Brinkman, not to begrudge
that
anybody
would never
else.
happen.
Absolutely. I was a little befuddled on that one. But kind of a break in the action here, a little elongated break, getting some clarifications and such and speaking, but give Edina a chance to kind of catch their breath a little bit.
The Eagles, well, how about the Eagles with the pace they've been playing? You know, Edina's matched it, though. I got to give them credit. It's just that the Eagles, their big players are playing really big. There's another cliche in the cliche-free zone, but I mean, the fact is they are.
Yeah, but when you're possessing the puck, you get the adrenaline, you get the energy. You're able to sustain. When you're chasing, you're expiring so much more than you really need to. But it's going to be number 5, Bo Luther, the sophomore forward, going to serve the penalty for Edina. It doesn't get any easier from this point forward. Just under 6 minutes to go in the second period. Eden Prairie already up by 3. Gets an opportunity on the power play to increase this lead as well.
Already 3-0, Eagles bidding for 4. Here's Durante, a shot into the midsection of Mackay. He makes the save.
That was a sneaky good shot. Middlestad fired it over to Durante. He walked a little bit to change his angle, but good quick release on that one. But once again, Mackay held onto that puck, which is important because there was an Eden Prairie defender waiting for a second chance.
Jensen was there, lost it. And here comes Walker.
Playing gimme shelter.
Walker working on Middlestad, quick shot. Oh, that knuckled in, and Winsick went athletic with a great pad save.
That was a nice adjustment.
Johannes across the line, looks to the low goal mouth area. They go. There's a shot that's wide of the cage. Puck is loose to center. Oh, Sam Walker's absolutely going nuts here on this penalty kill.
He's been playing really sound all game long.
He's taken his feet and leadership to another level here tonight. Now it's going to be Jensen across the Edina line. Sullivan down for Jensen. He'll play back in behind. He'll walk to the short side, and it's going to be Jensen again with it. Back up for Middlestad, top of the umbrella. Jensen right circle, down low. There's a short side. Nice glove save by Mackay.
Well, they tried to go short side on that one. He probably kind of tempted him with showing him a little opening, but he closed that gap in a hurry. Just 57 seconds left on the too many men on the ice penalty for Edina, served by Bo Luther. Edina's done a decent job of weathering the storm so far, but again, with the success rate of Eden Prairie in the faceoff dot, point of concern. Oh, and they throw Crosby out of the faceoff dot. Now it's going to be Shoemaker. Sid.
Irwin with the puck. Eagles with 51 on the power play. 4:45 in the period. Now it's going to be left wing side. Ooh, that thing was headhunting all the way through Irwin. Let the missile go.
Yeah, he wound up not really the prescribed shot. You know, you want a lower shot from the point. Slap shots really, I'm not a huge fan from the point. If you do it one time like that, that's not a bad play. I'm not trying to paint that picture, but you lose accuracy. It might gain velocity, but velocity isn't the most important part from the shots from the point. Is getting it to the net and let the forwards go to work.
Pager with it. Works it up to the blue line. Across the line go the Eagles. As Edina will look to try to play it through, but the Eagles will muscle toward the goal mouth area. Crosby plays it to an opening. Here's a foot race. Irwin is there. Shoemaker bulldozes him down. Ooh, that could have been a hold.
I thought I saw the ref's arm twitch.
I saw it go up, and then it's kind of like a crane, you know?
Yep.
Blakowiak through center. Right wing side. There's a shot by Benson that's deflected wide of the net. 7 to go on the man advantage. Luther ready to join the play for the Hornets with 3:57 to go in the period. He does. Luther heads over to the bench area. Back behind the net goes Pager. He has Walker watching him. Pager, nice job to the left side for Irwin. Doesn't click with Sullivan. They try to find Shear down low as Rosman got rocked. Irwin off the skates, lost the handle. Nice job by Rosman, down to the knees, back up. For you mites at home, that's why they work on that. Shear with it. Wrist shot, traffic, Winsick the save. He's been flawless here tonight.
Well, and he's had really terrific support from his defenders. Not a lot of opportunities from Edina, but when they do present the opportunity, Winsick seems to be that final wall of defense, and he's had a great success rate so far. Just 3:22 left in this period. Edina with a rare offensive zone faceoff. But boy, with Eden Prairie's success in the faceoff dot, Edina's got to win one of these faceoffs. Here we go.
Rolls the stick of Luke Johnson, who will regroup with Vorlicki. Finds Nevers in the neutral zone. His rink-wide pass too far, no ice on the play. Duraney. Nevers comes over to the corner. Duraney is there. Up off the glass, Blakowiak bumps it to Middlestad, who hurries across the Edina line, and there's a little bit of a stutter there, and that caused it offside.
Well, and I think Jet Jungles and Vorlicki kind of teamed up to kind of force that cut on the blue. And I don't know who it was that snuck in. It might have been Blakowiak that snuck in just ahead of the play. But Edina just seems like they're chasing the play a little bit, but that's because of possession. And it really comes down to face-offs. Eden Prairie with their great success, they get possession of the puck and they don't give it up very often. Eden Prairie's basically played a mistake-free game so far.
They really have, as that puck is rung in behind. Now it's going to be handled by the Eagles again. Johannes' shot goes wide of the net. And be picked up by Shear. Vorlicki there. Looks ahead for Walker. Gets a little help from Rosman. Walker comes away with it, gets away from one man across the line. Cuts inside, stood up heavily there by Hartle. Nice play.
That was textbook.
He had a nice little move to the outside, then came in.
Well, there are not many players quicker than Sammy Walker when they're out there. Not only quick-footed, but he's quick with the hands, and he can dangle the puck in his feet. So that was really a nice play by Hartle to just shut that one down and give his team a chance to recover, because they were vulnerable at that point. With Walker's speed, boy, doesn't take him long to get down the ice.
No. Dick Checkle like, I can't drive 55.
No, yeah, he's on the Autobahn, no speed limit.
Shoemaker turns it up from the right circle. Down low, he had a man there. Eagles, good defensive posture, back out of the zone with Grain. He has Olsen on the left wing side. He'll play it down to the corner. Olsen bothered by Reiners, behind the net they go. Oh, Shoemaker crushes his man behind the net, didn't see him coming. Left wing pass. Poked back into the zone by Boris. Nice job there to keep it deep. Pager looks to ring the wall, nothing doing there. Swanson in on the forecheck. Grain comes away with it. As he looks right, now goes left. Irwin plays it in, and he's going to forecheck right after that puck. Down low it goes, and Mackay wisely covers it up.
Well, Edina might take a little bit of exception to him rolling over the goaltender, but he did everything in his power not to run into the goaltender, so they kind of let him go with a free pass, which is the right way to go. But minute 25 left in the second period. Edina's got to finish strong. They need something positive to kind of happen to get that energy up. They're working awful hard out there. It's not a question of effort. It's just a question of being effective in what they're trying to do as far as what they're trying to accomplish. But Eden Prairie's just stuffing them every step of the way. They played a sound defensive game, probably the best defensive game they played all year so far.
Through center go the Hornets. Delaney off the boards, picked off by Jake Boltman. Borst fights through a check, or check that's Nevers rather. And now it's going to be back the other way for the Eagles. Sullivan takes the puck from Lesko. Oh, he had the open look there, and he put that one deflected over the top of the net. Now, Brinkman steps up in the play. He's stood up by Hartle. High in the air, under a minute to play now with 45 to go in the period. Lesko checked. Hornets control. That's off Crosby's stick. 3-0 Eagle lead. All 3 goals by Casey Middlestat. Behind the net, Plakowiak tried to find a centering feed as that one was swatted behind the net. Plakowiak plays back down low behind. Plakowiak gets away from one man, stood up on the play. And it'll be Crosby to take over for Edina with 20 to go in the period. Down goes Crosby. And back up ice go the Hornets with 14 to go in the period. Jungle's working 1-on-3.
Now it's going to be a penalty in Prairie. Number 27, Hunter Johannes, I believe, or it's going to be Plakowiak that's going to go. Yeah, it's going to be Plakowiak. Sorry, Hunter Johannes, didn't mean to charge you with a crime that you didn't commit. But just 10.9 seconds left in the second period. Obviously, Lee Smith not probably happy with that penalty that they took, because they just played so well. That's probably the first blemish on their resume so far this game. But
yeah, you don't want to crack that door open either.
Absolutely, and Edina's one that has shown that they can actually push that door open and take advantage of the opportunity.
Irwin Johannes to center. Now it's at the line and offside with 2.4 to go. Crosby was on that puck for the Hornets, so that's going to probably take us into the period at 3-0 Eden Prairie, Bart.
Yeah.
Should tee up a pretty good third period for these two teams. Hornets will start with a fresh sheet and probably about minute 49 of power play time.
Well, if there's one thing Edina has, it's a capable and competent coaching staff, so I'm sure they'll reset, get them refocused and re-strategize and come out and give a good effort for the final 17 minutes of regulation time. But if you're Lee Smith, you have to feel real good going into this period, up by 3 goals against a very good Edina team, especially the way that the previous 2 games went. They weren't horribly outplayed or anything like that. They just waited too long to really get into on the score sheet, but tonight they actually are holding a lead, so their job now is to just make sure Edina doesn't get those opportunities, and when they do, Nick Weinstedt, the senior goaltender, has risen to the occasion certainly more often than not. But 3-0 going into the period promises to be a good third period.
We'll have our final period of the Holiday Classic weekend coming up. You are watching high school hockey on Let'sPlayHockey.com.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short, sometimes we just fall. But we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
Yeah, we're on the air right now with Tom Holtzman, former Edina Hornet. Back on Alumni Night. Great to have you on board. Let me juice you up here a little bit more. There we are.
Thanks.
Good stuff there. It's great to have you. So you've got a really, really cool product that I'm wearing on my head right here. Can you get this, Todd? Thank you for doing that. It's called Beauty League. Tell us more about it. It's apparel. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's called Beauty Status.
Or Beauty
It's
Status.
right.
Sorry.
Not a
Oh,
big
my
deal.
God.
It's
I was
all
thinking
right.
of the league in summer.
I'm just keeping you honest.
Beauty Status.
So yeah, it's a hockey apparel brand. I started it about a semester into college, and it all started with just about 50 T-shirts, selling them to buddies and whatnot, and sold out of those, and it kind of developed into a brand. And now, selling stuff to everyone here at the rink here, and sponsorships and stuff. So it's been going well, and we're growing. And yeah.
What is your because there's people that have different looks and things, and there's something about yours that I think, the videos that we've been playing, have been great between periods that you've got there. And there's a feel that you have with what you're doing. What would you describe that as far as Beauty Status and what you're trying to get done with it?
Yeah, it's kind of, a throwback, a tribute to Minnesota hockey, and kind of just my kind of vision for the brand. It's kind of hockey, old-time hockey, thrown into a brand. I like to do special things, like I'm wearing a hat right now that has suede involved.
It's pretty cool.
So
yeah.
You throw back, pads, goalies, leather, and whatnot. So kind of get it that way, kind of hit it that way.
So now this hat I have on here has the Minnesota logo.
Yeah.
Are you doing different states too, or how are you doing that?
It's just Minnesota. Like to keep it a little
exclusive.
Keep it local. So yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So from you said you're doing some sponsorships with the youth programs and all kinds of different things. Are you doing? What's your overall sales strategy? So if I'm your typical person looking for things, what can I expect to get? I mean, what's your range of apparel or range? What do you have?
Yeah. So like I said, hats. We're wearing them right now. Sweatshirts, bottle opener, puck bottle opener. Sunglasses, and just kind of a wide range of, any item that a hockey player could use, lifestyle gear pretty much.
Do you design this stuff, or do you have a designer?
I do. I pretty much design, I like to say 90 to 95% of the stuff. I get a little help here and there from, a couple buddies, but, all the ideas are, I like to keep original and, true to the brand, nothing, no selling out or anything, and just like to keep it, simple and bold. The tagline for the brand is bold character inspired by the hockey lifestyle. So
beautiful. So now if we're online, so
yeah.
If people are watching us right now, they can open another tab. Where do they go to for your website?
It's beautystatushky.com, and we're also on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at beautystatushky.
And then you got a new fulfillment deal you say you have working, right? I mean, you don't have to disclose that, but I mean, getting the product in people's hands is not going to be a problem.
No, yeah. So, I don't know. I used to package all the orders myself, and, you got to kind of let the business grow and do its thing and, move it on to fulfillment center, you know?
It's kind of weird. Okay, so, folks, this guy was patrolling this very ice on this very night, just like yesterday, it seemed. What, 2010?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
That's not long ago, really. That's 7 years. Well,
Right.
I mean, 7 years. But the fact is I love the fact that you've started a business. It started when you were in college. You wanted to give it a run, and you were going with it. And I'm sure you have probably learned more about the business world and marketing and how to sell things and make it work by being responsible for the entire process than anything you can do. And anybody that's watching this, it's really a phenomenal thing to support and a great product. And if you're a hockey person, you're speaking to the hockey market. What are the things that you've learned that you were, maybe, I won't know, surprised, but what have you drawn from this along the way?
I'm kind of a perfectionist, but I've learned that nothing's ever going to be perfect, just like in hockey. Not always going to make a team you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Not always going to, be playing the minutes you're going to want to. But, you just kind of roll with it. Just kind of go with it, and through time, it's going to be all right. And
you have to adapt and adjust.
Yeah.
It might not be exactly the way you want it to be. And, if you're able to do that and stick to a plan within the same token, right?
Right.
It all kind of works.
Exactly.
So your video was shot, and it was really awesome, and we've all seen it all weekend. And I got to tell you, thanks to everybody here, the numbers have been absolutely off the charts. You would not believe how many people have been watching these games. It's pretty impressive. It's awesome. But the way your video was shot it really captured the moment of outdoor hockey.
Yeah.
The core where hockey is and what it means in Minnesota. You were able to really get that. And to me, that's what I felt your brand represents. Do you feel like you're able to really take that to where you want it to go, and that's what differentiates you a little bit?
Yeah, I grew up on the pond, and like in the video it says we grew up out here, which is true.
Was it that pond?
It wasn't necessarily that pond. Arden Park.
Yeah.
It wasn't Arden Park. I'm Cornelia kid.
Okay.
So it was Cornelia, but Arden Park, one of my favorites. We got Spencer Barrett, who is also an Edina alum, involved from Great Lakes Collection. They also sell apparel and whatnot locally. And he put this cool video together for us, and it turned out really great. So props to him, and couldn't be happier with it.
It's really, really cool. So give us that web address one more time.
It's beautystatushky.com, and then as well as on social media, beautystatushky.
And you got Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and you're all there, and it's all squared away.
Yes, sir.
Hey, congratulations to you. Thanks for being a part of this. We are honored to be promoting your products, and we wish you the best of luck. This is a great lid here. It'll be a part of my repertoire for a long time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely.
Looks good on Bart, too.
Yeah,
Look at Bart over there.
That's one of the most popular ones. He's going to be a popular guy now.
Bart Archer has elevated his game another level. That's so good.
As if he wasn't popular enough.
Absolutely.
Already.
Thanks, Tom. You're the man. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Holtzman from Beauty Status. That is some great stuff. Thank you so much. Brett, let's take a quick break. Why don't you run his video to close out this segment? We'll be back with the third period as we continue with high school hockey on Let'sPlayHockey.com.
Hockey is huge in Minnesota. We live and breathe it year-round. We grew up learning how to skate, and our best memories were made playing outside in the open air. And to share that with your friends who love the game as much as you do is pretty special.
The camaraderie of a hockey team is unlike any other sport. It really doesn't get any better than rallying some buddies together, heading down to the local rink, and skating for hours. So you create a special bond with your teammates. You all hang out together, you see them every day, and in the end, you know every guy in that locker room is going to be there for you when you need it.
Oh, here we go. Oh, what a beauty.
Beauty is a loyal and respected teammate. Someone that's going to have your back on and off the ice. They work hard and know how to have a good time. Through our bold and timeless products inspired by our past, We strive to celebrate hockey and the lifestyle that comes with it.
We want to unite hockey players, from vets to rookies and from old to young, around the game that we love.
Hockey is more than just a sport for us. It's a lifestyle.
We've been dealing with the inconvenience of getting our skate sharpened at hockey shops for decades. Now, many of us have kids, and we're dealing with it all over again. Up until now, there hasn't been a piece of equipment that was safe, easy to use, and accurate to allow the hockey player to maintain their skates at the pro level at home on their own time with their own equipment. The Spark Skate Sharpener delivers to every player a piece of equipment that allows them to maintain their skates at peak performance every time they get on the ice.
If you don't have confidence in your skates and the edges that you have, you're not going to play the game that you're capable of playing. When I first heard home skate sharpener, yeah, I've heard of that before. You know, it's too hard, it's too big, it's too messy. All those things that I thought about when I think about skate sharpening at home, that's not what this machine is. You push a handle, you stick your skate in it, you push a button, and 2 minutes later you have a sharp skate. I think that it's just one of those things that people have lived with till now, because there was no other solution. To me, I think this is exciting because it changes all of that.
We taken the existing grinding technology that was out there and packaged it to be really a consumer product and a friendly product that's easy to use.
It has sliding guards that make sure that the skate is properly clamped and you can't get your fingers inside there. The only debris generated in our skate sharpener are the small particles of your skate blade, and for that we collect those into a removable dust tray, and in addition we have a HEPA filtration system, so it's very clean and it can be used throughout the house.
It's the last piece of equipment that isn't equal to the professional hockey player. Now that's fixed with Sparks. It's good for kids all the way up to high school players, to collegiate players, to pro players. It is a precision instrument that delivers a quality sharpening every single time.
Inside us all beats the heart of an athlete, determined to succeed. We push, we fight, we sacrifice. Sometimes we fall short, sometimes we just fall, but we get back up, stronger than before. This is more than a game. This is our goal.
AAA hockey players, the Northland Hockey Group has northern Minnesota covered, with 4 teams in the northern part of the state, including the Red River Pike in the northwest, the Bemidji Loons in the north, the Iron Range Blast on the range, and the Great Lake Skulls in the northeast. The Northland Hockey Group will put your child in the hottest sublimated jersey in the AAA field. With 4 tournaments and an all-star game, the Northland Hockey Group will be the highlight of your child's summer. Check out all team locations and tryout times at northlandhockeygroup.com.
Well, Bart, we're back. I'm kind of melancholy. This is going to be the end of the.
Yeah, I certainly don't disagree with you. It's
It
the
feels
final
like it's the end of the
period
state
holiday.
tournament.
Absolutely.
And we're just starting the season.
They need something positive to happen to get that energy back, but now's a great opportunity to do that. Down 3-0.
Hornets work their way through the neutral zone as they'll set up on the power play down low. Luke Johnson with it. Now it's going to be handled. Gets a quick shot back from Brinkman. One-timer there fails to click, and Mackay will set up back off to his right as Brinkman retrieves with Johannes hounding on him. Hunter Johannes can skate. He better move it. He did. And now it's going to be Walker nearly cut right into the belly of the beast. Middlestat loses an edge, and Shear takes the puck across the line. Bothered by Johannes to the corner. Now Walker with it, protects, walks to the short side, try to stuff it in on Winsek, who was there to make the save.
Well, you have to like that thought process. Middlestead catches a rare edge, leaves himself a little vulnerable. Shear picks up that puck, flies up the up the left wing side, uses his body to protect, brings it back to Walker. And what does Walker do? He goes straight for the net. That's what Edina has to do. I think if there's one key to Edina, it's win faceoffs, get possession, and work as a unit like they did last night. There were 5 players coming up, 5 players coming back to defend. They haven't quite reached that level, but it's a good time to start right now.
Now it's a Brinkman shot that's steered away, and Walker comes over. Back up for Brinkman. Gives over to the right side for Johnson. Back to Brinkman. Down low they go. Walker, Brinkman. Ooh. That was awfully close. Because of that, he couldn't handle it quite the way he wanted to, and they ring it around the boards past Walker. Mackay sets up now for Brinkman as he'll wind up. Looks to Walker on the right side. Johnson skates into the puck off the wall. Carries it deep, puts on the brakes. Johnson for Shear, nice play through the legs. Shear out front looking for Crosby. And it's going to be Jensen to find an opening to send it the length of the ice.
Well,
Mackay.
just 5 seconds left on the penalty. One more rush for Edina on the power play.
Cross the line with Shear, shot it on goal. And that's Winsick with the save.
Wow, he came out and challenged. He made that look easy, but Shear's really been a good player for Edina tonight, flying up the left wing side. Edina very heavy on the left wing zone entries. I think they're kind of floating over to that side, really taking space away. But if Edina's doing one thing, it's the effort is there, but their positioning is a little bit better to start early in this third period. But Eden Prairie's just done a good job of forcing everything to the outside and challenging everything Edina's trying to throw at them with success too.
Eagles now 5-on-5 as mentioned. Turned up by Borst across the line. Ooh, he stood up as he shoots that puck wide of the net. Shoemaker's been physical tonight, back in behind the net. Grain is chucked hard on the wall. Swanson was there. Shoemaker comes back over, and it's going to be played out of there by Olsen. Tried to ring the right wing breakout, and now it's going to be Olsen plays ahead. That's too far, and it's going to be Reiners to play off the wall. Olsen was there. There's a couple of Olsens. Bjorn Olsen for Edina and Jake Olsen for the Eagles, so I guess I can't really... It's like the Perbix brothers or the Boltman brothers.
There you go.
Boy, how good was Nick Perbix today? Jake Perbix, too.
Well, they've been good all weekend.
Or Jack Perbix, rather. Cross line.
No.
Crosby got a knee on knee there. He's fine.
He's up.
Oh, my word. Brinkman lights up Johannes.
Well, and he's having a couple choice words for the referee on that one. He's going to get a tripping penalty.
Oh, now he just evened it up, 4-on-4.
Well, that's that discipline that we talked about, and you just have to govern your emotions. You can't take stupid penalties like that. There you saw it on replay, and we'll leave the interpretation up to you. The referee saw it as a penalty.
Okay, we got a 2-minute trip on Edina. Unsportsmanlike on EP. We're going 5-5, okay?
There you go.
Well, if we were in a tie game or a one-goal game, that might be a little bit more accentuated. But again, they had a golden opportunity to really ice this thing to a certain degree, but just couldn't get out of the way on that one. And now it's 4-on-4. A lot of well, it's going to be 5-on-5. I'm sorry about that, but I think Edina dodged a bit of a bullet there.
Well, Lee Smith was just absolutely not happy with his player right there, because you could ice a game right here, right now, and you just opened the door.
And it's, I'm not saying it's a propensity for a particular player, but you play with emotion. You don't want to govern the emotion because that's what makes them successful. You just have to temper it a bit at the proper time.
There are things you can, Coach Pete Wagner coming out here, there are things you can control and things you can't control. And one thing you can't control is retaliatory penalties. That's something that you decide to do. And as a player, you can play on the line but not over the line. And when you cross it, that's when your coach is going to get upset with you just like that.
Well, you just have to have an awareness of where that line is. It's pretty defined, actually. But, again, not trying to take anything away from Johannes.
He's having a great game.
He's having a great season so far. But if he could just kind of temper his emotions just a little bit, he could be really a driving force in Minnesota high school hockey.
Irwin is there. Checked on the play. And here come the Eagles back up the ice. Irwin plays this one back in behind the Edina net. Johnson was there. Actually, that was Shavlik on the forecheck. Back behind the net. Poked to safety there by Pager.
He just got chopped by, see, this is what we kind of worry about. but there was a slash by Crosby on Pager, caught him across the forearm. It was pretty significant, and he took exception to it, and again, a retaliation, but they're going to take them both, which is the appropriate call. Crosby should have got the initial infraction.
Ouch.
And then
He did right there.
Yeah, absolutely. But these are the kind of things that you just you have to kind of try to stay away from. Obviously, things happen quickly. You make quick decisions. You do things, but ultimately pay the price. Now it's going to be
You know what I've always told my guys? That never stops anybody. A retaliatory penalty never stops anybody from doing anything again.
No,
it really doesn't.
Yeah, we're still 5-on-5 because, again, coincidentals. And the important part of these coincidentals is it could be 2 minutes, it could be 5 minutes. It depends upon when the whistle is.
Boy,
at the
that would be
point
some
of that.
fire wagon hockey.
Absolutely.
Welcomed by yours truly. Love it. Puck is swung back in behind the Edina net. Mackay is there. Jensen. Sullivan as well. Breakout picked off Jake Boltman. In front they go. Nice save. Lesko with a power move to the net.
Well, Lesko's kind of flexing his muscles a little bit tonight. He's been involved in a couple plays that have been pretty impressive, and that one was part of that. He took the puck off the wall, walked it out front, and tried to put some heat on Mackay, but he held his position and kept that puck out of the net. But there you see, and Eden Prairie is very, very good at going to the net. They're one of the better teams in the state of Minnesota, and they just proved how they do it and why they do it.
Reiners and Lesko from the corner. Lesko comes away with it. Walker was there, gets away from him. Sullivan. Now it's play to the right wing side, too far for Rosman as he comes together with his man. Boy, it's getting really scrappy down there here in this third period. It's
stick a little high on that one.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with it. It's by far been the most physical game of the 6. Eagles try to walk through center, turned over. Shear with it down low. Scores! Ooh, that's a forecheck goal for the Edina Hornets. It's 3-1 with 12:28 to go in the third period.
And if I read that number correctly, that's going to be Matt Rosman, the junior forward, with his first goal of the season. They went and grabbed the puck. I think I'm pretty solid on that one, but what a big goal it was. There was a lot of good work done down low, and I think that was Bram Shear that actually held that puck, moved it over, and allowed Rosman to put that puck in the upper corner. Now it's 3-1. We got a bunch of people in the box. We're 5-on-5, but Edina's got a little bit of semblance of life right here. Nice one-time shot. Didn't stop and think about it. Just redirected the puck into the proper area. So Edina's got to feel pretty good about that last shift. They got to build on that.
16-23-10.
It's up to Eden Prairie to defend. Walker with the secondary assist on that. So official scoring is Rosman from Shear and Walker. Cuts the lead to 2.
Middlestad wants to know if the net was off. I can guarantee you that's what he's talking to the officials about. They already conferred. That's why they gave the numbers for the goal. So
sure.
Now it's just an exercise in discussion at this stage.
Well, and what it also does is it kind of slows down the momentum from Edina. They got all this energy after a goal, and all of a sudden, 15 seconds, it starts to wear off a little bit. So, that might not be their primary intention, but that might be a residual value.
That puck hit the back of the net. You'll see right there before it moves. Now the net moves.
Okay.
I'm still a big believer if the goaltender's moving it off with feet or arms, whatever it is, and that a goal is scored. Let's say that was a little bit before the goal would go in.
Yeah.
I think if you want to increase goal scoring in hockey across the board, you let those go.
I agree.
It becomes a judgmental call. I know we're trying to take the umpires out of baseball
Sure.
and make it machine-based.
Sure. But it's a human element. That's
Absolutely.
part of the charm
part of the
about
game.
baseball.
Eagles now win the draw, control. They lead by 2 at 3-1. Vorlicki back in his own zone, watched by Middlestad, who comes away with the puck. His centering attempt fails to click for Shavlik. Here comes Swanson back the other way. Swanson to the corner. Runs into his man.
Oh, he got aggressive on the forecheck.
And it'll be Middlestad with it. Checked on the play by Luke Johnson. Over comes Shoemaker. Shavlik loses an edge to the corner. He stood up again as he gets up by Johnson. Middlestad comes out of the scrum, sends it in on goal. A little handcuff there for the goaltender, Mackay. Shoemaker, Jensen. And at center ice it goes. Sent right back in behind the Edina net. Vorlicki will turn it back up ice. He looked to his left. Bump pass off the wall. They try to find an angling Moon through center. That failed to click. He'll quickly touch up with 11:20 to go here in the period. Rosman was there with the check. Off the board, sent back in deep by Lesko. Jensen hounds Vorlicki, who rings it to the right wing side. Now it's Jungles through center. Jungles worked the screen and put that one over the top of the goal as he was working on Duraney, the defense. Hornets from the corner at the line. Rolled up on the defense there, and it's played back to the left side. Jake Boltman was there. Now it's Robo with it back behind the net.
Lesko trying to draw a penalty. Not a bad play.
Rig wide it goes. Now it's going to be handled by Jungles. Draw pass Walker. His shot was blocked. Walker again back in behind the net for Jungles. Looks to the slot area, deflected by a busy stick. 10.5 to go in the third period. Now it's going to be Jungles. Little give and go there. He gets it back. Jungles shot in on goal, and the save made there, and they're going to go with the clearinghouse as they open up the doors, and, two of them leave.
And more to
no,
follow.
All four of them, yeah.
It looks like all four. I don't know why Brinkman would have stayed in there, but Peter, it looks like Edina's starting to be a little bit more effective in the neutral zone. They're actually stopping the forward rush by Edenbury coming back with speed and sometimes numbers, but Edenbury's still doing a good job of contesting and getting in the way of shots, forcing him to the outside, but Edina's starting to kind of get some legs about him, some offensive legs about him.
Duraney in the corner. Battles. Shear comes over. Gets into Middlestat. They'll shovel it out to Johannes. Nice job to use the hand there if they had to. Shear tries to play that one through as the puck is going to be in front of the bench area now, and it's Handles. Sent back in deep. Irwin is there. Off the boards, Johannes sends that ahead for Middlestat. One-on-one, look out. He's dangerous. Luke Johnson on phase shot. Scores! And the self-check for Johannes.
Well, that's similar to what we saw against Cretin-Durham Hall. So much patience by Casey Middlestat. He just waits for the play to develop. If there's nothing there, he'll check it up. Right there, he checks it up. Look at Edina react. Everybody stops and focuses on Middlestat. He dishes it off to Johannes, and he set one through that had a seeing eye. He found the 5-hole through Garrett Mackay. 9:52 left in regulation time. Eden Prairie's lead back to 3.
That's one you want to, as a goalie, when those get through the wickets like that, you want to say, ooh, can I have that one back? But, you've...
No mulligans in hockey.
It's a really, really nice feed by Middlestat. His 4th point of the night. Forrest with it. They play it to the slot area. 3-goal lead again for the Eagles at 4-1. Race through center. Olsen's there, poked off his stick. And that one is going to be offside, I believe.
Jake Olsen, number 5 in the gray, is a speed demon. He can move, and he can move fast, and he can move with possession too, which is a little bit unusual, but I've enjoyed watching his skills all weekend long. But one nice thing about this tournament, Pete, is you don't just see a small sample size of these players. You can see them back to back to back, and some of them we've seen before coming into this tournament, so you get a good flavor of what they have to offer. And boy, I've been impressed with a lot of players that I necessarily wasn't aware of on a one-game stint, but you see them play over a couple days, and it becomes pretty impressive how good these guys are.
Hornets in transition. It is indeed impressive. Borst will play it deep as the Hornets get the change. Here comes Nevers, first man in on the forecheck, and the Eagles will break out to the right wing side. Benson finds his man on the tape. It's Grain with it. Gets hammered by Jake Boltman, and the Eagles will get change as the Hornets break out. Jungles plays ahead. Up the ice they go with Crosby. Crosby looks toward the goal mouth area. Winsick was there as the Eagles will look to play that up the left wing side and due to Sullivan at center. Waits for some help off the bench. Gains center. Nice job to protect the puck and play it deep. Vorlicki stood up on the play. They'll walk to the short side. Mackay is there. Now Sullivan up high. Mackay save. Fights and battles. Lesko wants the rebound.
Well, it's kind of a trying time for Edina as it stands, and it was Luke Johnson that tried to defend, lost his stick, got between actually Mackay and the goalpost, and while he was trying to fish it out, there was a lot of activity in front of Mackay, so kind of a trying moment for Edina, but they weathered that storm. But again, Mackay picks up his team. Pete, about 8 minutes and 29 seconds left in this game. Edina's showing some good life, but Eden Prairie very comfortable, just content in shooting the puck in, chasing it down, and putting pressure on the Edina defenders, and then trying to keep it in the zone as long as possible. So they're doing a good job of burning time off the clock.
Puck will be played back in behind the net. Middlestat too far for him. Brinkman is there, tries to get away from Johannes. Now it's Boltman to play ahead. And back in, around to the corner it goes. Brinkman waits for some help. He's going to try to find an open wing for Shear, who clears but not out. Oh, and Blakowiak had a redirect high in the slot. Johannes, the shot. Blakowiak comes up with the puck. It's muddy down there in the slot area. Middlestad turns and shoots. How do you do that? Come on. That's incredible. It's been fun to watch here. The 4 games you and I have done at the Eagles, this kid has done nothing but impress.
He's always fun to watch, but tonight it's a little something extra special.
It is, as I say, as advertised. There's Walker with a look in on goal. That one's turned aside, and the Hornets will chip that back into the zone. Pager behind the net to the corner, and it's sent back up the right wing side. Big check thrown there. Roble will play for Reiners. That's deflected away. Here come the Eagles. Blakowiak with nowhere to go, but deep as they'll change on the fly. 7:15 to go in the third. Long pass for Shear. He holds on to the puck for a minute. Now he's going to find some room. Looks right wing side for Swanson, who plays that one in back behind the net. Duraney for Lesko. Taps to the line, but not out. Now it's going to be Shoemaker, who gives to Swanson on the right side, looking for Shoemaker trolling, and that one's going to be whistled down as they converge around the net area. Look at this. This is that play by Middlestad. Works his feet. He's got Jake Boltman on him, giving him the old how's she going.
Well, it's really impressive the way he can control the puck. We've talked about Archie Skullback on a number of occasions. Not many people, well, some people are probably going to remember that reference, but can dangle the puck in a phone booth with traffic. He's just so skilled.
Archie Skullback, man, that's awesome.
Oh, he was so good through traffic. The puck just never left
I think
his
he
stick.
should have been Mr. Hockey that year.
I
said he was that good. Every night he was the best player on the ice. Didn't matter who.
Personal favorite of mine. That wasn't in the green and white.
Here come the Eagles. Olsen shoots that one over the glass, and it's played back up the neutral zone. That's too far, and it's going to be handled out by Argetsinger. Hornets get the busy stick, Borst, and once again the Eagles will control. Off the glass, 6:20 to go. And Nevers gives off. Look out, there's a shot by Crosby and a glove save. Winsick has been really on point here tonight, Bart.
Well, he looks so comfortable, too, and Crosby with a pretty good shot on top of the dot left side. I don't think he elevated it quite as much as he wanted to, but Winsick really looked very calm and cool and comfortable on that one. Face off to his right, just 6:11. Time is really running out on this Edina Hornet squad. Pete, just think, we've talked about whenever Eden Prairie's kind of in a moment of duress, we always kind of migrate back to the Nicky Lieberman situation. Eden Prairie's playing an awful good Edina team tonight, and Lieberman's not in the lineup again. I think this proves something to them where they can get past the fact that Lieberman's not in the lineup and they're still having success.
Well, they're playing the way they're capable of playing as a unit, not as individuals.
Absolutely. It's what Edina did last night to Elk River.
Johannes across the line, and the difference between Elk River and Grand Rapids really when they faced Edina was that the Eagles didn't allow Edina to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, they were very solid that night, no question.
Johannes pushes that one wide of the net. The Hornets will ring the wall. Jungles is there. Nice move to get away from one man. Now he finds his man Crosby, who can skate across the line. Crosby tries to play to the slot area. Nobody home. Here come the Eagles back the other way. 1-on-1. You got a senior and a freshman, and a glove save made by the goaltender for the Hornets.
Well, and it was Jake Boltman that actually, Johannes had some pretty good speed, and he's not a small man, but he geared him to the outside, kind of limited his angle, top of the left dot. Let it go, kind of a fluttering puck, but again, Garrett Mackay made a nice save. Pete, the goaltending that we've seen during this weekend, it doesn't matter if it's the primary, secondary, just who's in net. They've all been pretty impressive in their own way.
It's been as good as I think we've seen from all 4 teams collectively ever.
I agree. Had to make mention of it, too.
Good call there. A couple of teams played more than one. There's a shot in on goal. Oh, and swiped out. They score! That's a hard-working goal, and Lesko and his Eagles take a 5-0 lead with 5:06 to go in the third period, feeling comfortable now against the Hornets.
Well, Garrett Mackay's really done everything that he can to keep that puck out of the net, but just the relentless attack of these Eagles just overwhelmed him. He made 2 or 3 really good saves, but it was Ryan Lesko, the junior forward, that tallies his second goal of the season, but he finally got rewarded for a lot of hard work. Lesko's been out there lunch paling it, mucking it up, finally gets rewarded for a lot of hard work, so good for him. But now it's 5-1, 5 minutes left in this game. Obviously, Eden Prairie has a distinct advantage, but Edina certainly wants to. They're a character team. They're a hard-working team. They want to finish strong.
Shear with it behind the net. Plays that back down. Now it's going to be Rosman. He has his team's lone goal for the Hornets off the glass. And it's played back into the corner. Pager spades it back behind the net. They'll outlet to the right wing side. The puck trickles through the neutral zone. Let's see if that's an icing call. Indeed it will.
Well, you just kind of watch your emotions, you know, a 4-goal advantage in the waning moments of the final game of a tournament. You hope everybody keeps their composure, keeps their emotions to a minimum right now. But again, 2 teams that are very familiar with each other, and they're going to see each other down the way a little bit.
A couple of former teammates there too, Reiners and Jensen. You know, I mean, there's
exchanged.
Definitely you can feel the tension between he and his Hornet teammates. This is a very young Hornet team. And you know, it's just kind of part of it when you've been with guys for so long, that can happen.
Yeah, and Jack Jensen's just a sophomore, but been very impressed with his play so far in the limited times that we've seen him. He's going to get better as this year goes on as well.
Here come the Eagles back through center. Shavlik will play that one in. And they'll continue to fight, play it to the line. Dribbles, scores! A big goal scored there by Pekowski. 6-1 Eagles.
Well, it's just Edina's emotions are sagging too much. They're not supporting their goaltender right now. I think their heart's kind of been ripped out of them. But Pekowski, that's his first goal of this season. But again, pretty heads-up play. The puck
20 from 38.
And it's Max Hargensinger that got the
28, excuse me. Make
28.
That 20. So,
You're
so
just kidding, right?
28.
Corey Shue gets the primary assist on that one. I'm glad we actually heard that, but it was Mackay that made the initial save, and it just seemed like no communication from the defenseman to tell him where the puck was. I think he lost track of the puck, but very heads-up play by Pekowski to gather that puck up, put it in front of the goal line, and put it back in the blue paint, behind the blue paint. So it's 6-1 right now. The route is indeed on. I think Edina's played better than the score would actually indicate, but I think Eden Prairie's played just as well as the score indicates, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
The Edina faithful calling it an early night as they just got up en masse and started to take off after that goal.
Yeah, there's still plenty of people still here supporting. Obviously, Eden Prairie fans have to feel pretty good about at least finishing the day on an up note. You know, they had some struggles on Thursday and Friday, but they've looked very sound tonight.
To sum it up, Bart, the Eden Prairie Eagles on Thursday night against Grand Rapids?
Yeah.
Or was that Elk River? I can't even remember.
It was Elk River. Edina plays Grand Rapids first.
Yeah, that's right.
JV should be one of the two of them.
Looked lost.
Yeah.
They looked completely lost in that perspective, and they looked equally, maybe a little better last night, but they look like a team that this is totally opposite tonight from what they brought. It's impressive tonight. Nikki Lieberman not needed at this stage would be nice to have, but I mean they figured it out as a group.
But if you look at Grand Rapids and how they actually, their path to get to this tournament, you know, Eden Prairie might not have played as well as they wanted, but I think that's more of a credit to Grand Rapids, because Grand Rapids, what they do is positionally they play as sound as anybody. Everything's to the outside. What does Eden Prairie like to do? They like to cut it up the gut and then attack the net. Grand Rapids shut them down, and Edina just wasn't capable of really sustaining that type of defense tonight. But Eden Prairie, you know, there's some ebbs and flows, not only in games, but also in tournaments like this. Eden Prairie didn't show up and played their game the first night. They played a little better, but they just waited too long before they started to get their motors going. Tonight, they've been, from the first drop of the puck, they've just been all over the Edina Hornets. A little overwhelmed, I think. But I think this is going to be a good learning experience for this young Edina Hornet team. They are going to recover from this and go ahead and persevere, but again, a life lesson tonight.
Well, lots of life lessons for all of these teams this week, as Eden Prairie had two. The Elk River Elks had one or two in there, and Grand Rapids had one tonight. You know, I mean, that's the beauty of this week is, and these coaches all say it, you get to play 3 games in 3 days without a lot of rest, and you're forced to play rivals in different styles of play, and it really helps you in the long run, no question.
And that's why you practice repetitively, because when you get fatigued, you migrate back to what you're used to reflex-wise. And once you get the fatigue, you find out who the well-coached teams are, because even when they're fatigued, they still make the right place at the right time.
I think it's fair to say, Bart, we know who our player of the game is, our official Adventures player of the game.
Well, he took the mystery out of it pretty early, but we don't want to. Well, that was close to going out.
Go ahead, give it away right now.
Well, it's got to be Casey Middlestead, obviously, with 3 goals and a helper as well. Really kind of set the tone. But they're again, it's just the player of the game. There's so many other honorable mentions, but tonight the defining factor tonight was Casey Middlestead. He brought his A+ game.
Indeed, he did. So congratulations to him. And on the next whistle, I'm sure our very own Brett Johnson will put that up for us. There's a shot that goes up over the netting. And, you know, it's been one heck of a weekend, Bart. I mean, I'll tell you what, I've had a blast doing this, and I can't wait to get to our next game with Chanhassen taking on Minnetonka. Chris Wilson, the coach with the Storm, longtime Minnetonka coach, knows the whole. There's just a cool little rivalry because their borders kind of crisscross and you know, all kinds of crazy things out there.
It's an up-and-coming program, nice facilities. They're moving, certainly moving in the right direction. Looking forward to next Thursday night. But really want to take the time and thank all the people that took time out of their schedule to join us and watch great high school hockey action. You understand the service that we're trying to provide for you. Thank you for taking advantage of it.
Indeed we do. As the puck is going to be played into the corner, right wing corner. Shavlik finds some room, deflected away by Mackay. And there's a quick shot from the blue line. That misses the mark. That by Rudd.
Let's talk about the sponsors before this is up, because they've been
don't
fabulous.
worry, I got it.
No, I
We'll
know
take
you
care
do,
of it.
but I just
I'm
want to
all
make
over it.
sure, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. So please support.
We'll grease that one.
Absolutely.
You ready?
Yep.
Empower Performance, Mayo Clinic Sports Medicine, True Hockey, Northland Hockey Group, Beauty Status, the Goalie Club, Goodwood, Sparks Hockey, Room Roster, Gemini Athletic Wear, and of course Official Adventures, the player of the game. Everyone making this possible, and throughout the year we're looking forward to the rest of our campaign. Thanks for joining us, and please frequent our great partners, as we appreciate it, and so do they. That will allow us to keep doing this, of course.
And we come up to the holiday season as well. We're going to tempt you right before the holidays with Chanhassen and Minnetonka. Minnetonka, haven't seen them yet this year, Pete. What can you tell everybody? What can you foreshadow about what we're going to look forward to?
The 3 Lions from Brian Urich. They're going to roll them. And there's a lot of balance on that team, much like this Edina team that we've seen. And tonight, this Eden Prairie team.
Well, how rare. Minnetonka well-balanced and well-coached. That's hard to believe.
Disciplined, the whole thing.
Absolutely.
Looking forward to seeing Brian Urich. I don't think we saw him once last year.
No, in fact,
he's
Coach Urich does
going to give me some serious heat. I can feel it.
Well, I hope so.
Some shenanigans behind the play.
You charge shenanigans.
Grain is there. Brinkman takes a run at Olsen. Walks in, rings the dinner bell.
Wow, that rebound went all the way out to the blue line.
Duraney takes it from the blue line. Now there's a shot by Hartle that's wide. And it's going to be picked up. Oh,
no,
Brinkman
stop.
with a big fist there.
Stop.
You're in a 6-1 game here. It's not going to help. He's been frustrated the entire night.
Well, again, Edina works as hard as any team in high school hockey. That's one thing. Everybody thinks they just get by on skill in that, but this is a 2-direction, hard-working, 3-zone team. So obviously they have a little frustration going on, but it's going to be Olsen. Oh,
they're taking both.
Okay, they're going to take Nick Benson, and as well as Brinkman, but it really doesn't serve anything. 14.4. We just want to make sure everybody gets out of here healthy, not necessarily happy. That's not the guarantee, but healthy, so they can move on to fight another battle.
Moon will take the draw against Shavlik. Up into the stands. Good hands there. Nice grab.
When Moon's line is out there, they call it Moon's unit. A little zap action. Sorry.
Wow, Moon unit. Dweezil, where are you right now?
Who would name your kid Moon unit?
Who would name your kid Dweezil? Are you kidding me?
Wow.
No,
then you need a license to fish.
That's just like a sentence. It's It's like a sentence to jail.
He was a genius, though.
Off
I will
the
say
glass.
that.
Well, that's great, but not in name.
Right.
Not in names.
That's not in his wheelhouse, so to speak.
And that'll do it here from the Braemar Arena. The final score, the Eden Prairie Eagles, impressive fashion, 6, and the Edina Hornets 1. A great weekend of action. No team goes 3-0, as you have Elk River and Grand Rapids knotted at 2-1. Eden Prairie and Edina knotted at 1-2.
And Elk River bested Grand Rapids, so maybe unofficially they should feel pretty good about their game. Let's just put it that way. But ideally, in a round-robin tournament like this with 4 really solid teams, having somebody not go undefeated, I think, is a benefit for the tournament. It just shows the parity.
Well, this is the most level and balanced I think we've seen a tournament field to date here at least in a long time.
Oh, there's no question about it.
It never is that off, but it's really great. Todd Grover behind the camera there was just terrific.
Does a great job.
Right over our shoulders, of course, Brett Michaels, Brett Johnson getting the job done. Terrific. Joey Hench is over to our right. He is handling, oh, look at that. Get him. Oh, come on. Get back over there. Come on, Groves. Okay, you're not going to get over there. But anyway, there you go. That's the final score. From Braemar Arena, for Bart Archer, thanks for joining us here on Let'sPlayHockey.com. Next Thursday will be from Pagel Activity Center. Chanhassen, Minnetonka on Let'sPlayHockey.com. For Bart, I'm Pete. So long, everybody.